You're watching Marin TV.
Well, good evening, everybody, from a windy Albert Park in downtown San Rafael. It's another night of Pacifics baseball. Stuart Horn and Alex Swan, your Marin TV announcers for tonight's Hurricane game. And in the last 3 years, Alex, I don't remember a night where the wind was up like it is tonight, but it is howling out here. A pretty decent crowd on hand for tonight's game, considering both San Rafael High and Redwood High are graduating tonight, and I suspect that other schools as well. So the word is that there will be a lot more people flowing into the stadium as the night progresses. Tonight's a big game for the Pacifics as they take on the Stompers, welcoming in the Sonoma Stompers. They're geographic rivals, but the big news on this day is that they are 1-1 in this particular series. The Pacifics lost the last series just about a week ago, same two teams, and the Stompers got by them 2 of the 3 games. Well, it's 1-1 in this particular series, and the Pacifics would really like to get out of here tonight with a win after a big win last night. A very exciting game last night. The Pacifics are 3-4 overall, and the Stompers are 4-3. We are about ready for the national anthem, which, of course, is brought to you each game by the Magnolia Terrace Summer Concert Series. And we are just now with some of the, you can see the people on the field now, and Alex and I there in the background. Well, that's Alex in the background anyway. There he is. But they're recognizing both Zach Pace and Steve Detweiler here at home plate. Every Tuesday and Thursday, by the way, fans, you can see the games here on Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics Tuesdays and Thursdays in June, and then a few select games in July. So you want to check the CMCM website for that. But so far, this has been a very nice experience and great exposure for the Pacifics, Alex.
Absolutely, and I know you and I are both having a blast. It's been a beautiful night each night here at Albert Park, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Right when the Pacifics start to roll in the W's, it's just going to be even more of an opportunity for us to have even more fun.
The Pacifics with an opportunity to go to 500 for the first time this season, with the exception of opening night when they won their home opener behind Jesse Smith, the ace of the staff. But since then, they've had trouble. John Bololio throwing out the ceremonial first pitch, and it looks like it's going to be caught by Michael Orifice, the first baseman for the San Rafaels. But again, this is the windiest night I ever remember being out here at a game in San Rafael, and here is the ceremonial first pitch, and it was a strike on the outside corner, about 84 miles an hour with a slight tail. That looked pretty good. And we'll have the national anthem, which will be sung tonight by Mary Mack, and I know that's coming up momentarily. We are going to have the Marin Link starting lineups and defensive sets, and then, of course, the Warm Wishes game time temperature. Tonight's umpiring staff has made their way out on to the field. And let me just pull up the names from the notes. Garrett Wells will be our plate umpire tonight, and Kevin Duffasey will be out in the field. And before Mary Mack sings the national anthem, I'll bring to you now the Stompers batting order, brought to you tonight by marinlink.org. By the way, on the 17th of June, Mary O'Mara, who is the executive director of Marin Link, will be here live on the air with yours truly, and we're going to talk all about MarinLink and all the things they do for the community. If you have a great idea for a nonprofit, MarinLink is those are the people that you need to get hooked up with, because they facilitate all the nonprofits, or they facilitate nonprofits. They tell you how to do it and all the things you need to do in order to make your nonprofit dream come true. For the Stompers, Aritz Garcia will play short, and he'll bat first. Garcia is batting .333 with 6 RBIs. Batting second will be Derek Fox at second base. Fox batting .172, 1 home run and 6 RBIs. Jace Ray will bat third. He'll play center field with a .286 batting average and a couple of RBIs. Steve Renato will bat cleanup, batting .303 with 6 RBIs, and Renato over at third base. Kyle Jones will play left field tonight, batting fifth with an .059 batting average and 3 RBIs. Reed Chenworth will start in right field for the Stompers. Chenworth batting sixth, batting .111 with a single RBI so far. Thomas McAlpine will bat seventh behind the plate. McAlpine batting .250 with a pair of RBIs in 7 games. Tommy Lyons will bat eighth, the designated hitter. And TJ Gavlik will bat ninth, play first base. Gavlik with a 200 right on the button, a batting average of 200 and a single RBI. On the mound for the visiting Stompers is Jesse Garcia. Garcia, Alex, is sporting a 10.50 ERA. He's 1-0 in 6 innings pitched. He's given up 7 earned runs, 6 strikeouts, 8 hits, and 3 walks. For the home team, the San Rafael Pacifics, Pacifics are 3-4 so far. David Kiriakos will lead off at shortstop, batting .103. It's Kiriakos. Zach Pace will start tonight in center field as usual, batting .333. Batting second is Pace. Michael Hoba, batting .185, will bat third. He's got 3 RBIs, and he'll play over in right field. Batting cleanup for the San Rafaels, Mike Orifice. Orifice at first base, batting .321 with 3 RBIs. Jeremy Williams will bat fifth. Williams will start tonight in left field and just signed with the team today. Matt Cavanaugh will start behind the dish. He's batting .381 with 3 RBIs. Eric Boehner, the DH tonight, batting .333, will bat seventh. Evan Boyd batting .185 at third base. And Chase Fontaine will play second base, batting .154 with 1 home run and 4 RBIs. And now we're ready for tonight's national anthem, sung by Mary Mack.
Please welcome Mary Mack for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs burst
with tonight's national anthem.
Mary Mack, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight's warm wishes, game time temperature is 66 degrees. Stuart Horn, yours truly, Alex Swan to my right, your Marin TV broadcasters and telecasters for the 2014 television campaign. Of course, every night we're not on TV, you can hear us over on PacificsBaseball.com and radio.dominican.edu. This association with Marin TV, between Marin TV and Dominican University, has been a great one and has allowed us to bring to you these telecasts all throughout June and select days in July. Alex, a communications student over at Dominican, and yours truly, a professor of communications. Also want to recognize Brad Van Alstine. He's the chair of the department, and Scott Calhoun, who is manning up the Marin TV squad tonight. Students on the cameras, and everybody's getting a great experience, and we hope everyone at home is enjoying the telecast. On the mound is the hometown guy, Patrick Conroy. Conroy was signed by the Kansas City Royals and has come back to San Rafael to play for the Pacifics here this summer, and no doubt will be back with some affiliated ball in the winter. Conroy, the big left-hander, pardon me, in 5 innings pitched, he's 0-1. He's given up 3 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, 7 hits, and 3 walks, and we are ready for baseball as Aritz Garcia from the Sonoma Stompers makes his way out to the hitting area for tonight's first pitch. 66, but the wind is blowing in gusts over 25 miles an hour, straight over the left field wall. Wouldn't be surprised to see several bombs tonight, Alex. Garcia, the right-handed batter against the lefty. Conroy takes a fastball inside, ball 1. Our first pitch at 7:11. 7:12, check it. 1-0 now to Garcia. The Stompers 4-3 against the 3-4 Pacifics. Next pitch from Conroy is a little bit low. 2-0. All of the infielders, with the exception of Mike Orphis over at first base, are staring into the setting sun. So they not only have the sun going down behind Mount Tam, but then they have this kind of this northwesterly wind blowing right into their faces. Next pitch is in there for a strike, 2-1. Aritz Garcia at the plate holds up now, 3-1.
And now with the newcomer Williams, new faces at different positions in the infield. Boyd at third, Kiriakos at short, and now Fontaine at second.
3-1, poured in there, full count to Aritz Garcia. Garcia batting .333 with 6 RBIs. One of the most productive guys on the Stomper squad. Here's the payoff. Chopped over to third. Tough play for Boyd, who's playing third tonight. And Kiriakos actually came up with it at short, and it got lost in the sun. And Boyd is pointing up. Now, if you're familiar with the broadcast, watch the Pacifics regularly, then you're used to seeing Evan Boyd at shortstop. But there's been several switches in the infield, and we'll get to those in a moment. Garcia is credited with a single, as Boyd simply lost it, and Kiriakos at short had to come up with it. A fastball is down low, 1-0, to Derek Fox, the 2-hole hitter, here in the top of the first inning.
And I don't think Boyd saw that off the crack of the bat. As he tried to shield his eyes, Kiriakos had to make the play all the way, and it was tough to get Garcia with his speed.
Conroy tosses over to first. Just kind of lobbed it over there to let Garcia know he's thinking about him.
Definitely got to check on him. Garcia's a fast runner, moved himself into the leadoff hole.
Tomorrow night, Jerry Mathers will be here at the ballpark from Leave It to Beaver fame. Fastball is inside, 2-0. Derek Fox, the batter, batting 172. He has a home run and 6 RBIs. Looks down to the third base coach's box and gets a sign from manager Ray Serrano. Jace Ray is on deck. Runner goes. Fly ball to right. Coming in is Hoba. Going out is Orifice. Hoba boots it. Nobody could get it. Everybody's safe. And the Stompers start things off here in the first inning, Alex, with a pair of hits.
And that was just a little bleeder from Fox. And if you want to have a testament to how much wind is blowing on right now, that's right there. Ball, little bloop over Orifice's head. Almost was trickling foul, and it seemed to just stay fair. The wind had a big, big factor on that little bleeder over the head of Orifice.
Yeah, that's a good call. It was a kind of a crosswind, and I think that Hoba thought it was going to stay in the air longer than it did, but it sort of ballooned and then dropped well short of him. 2 hits to open the top of the first inning. Jace Ray from the left side will bat next with the cleanup batter, Steve Renato, on deck. Ray stands in, a 286 batter. First pitch swinging. Foul. Third base side. Ray has 2 RBIs, a center fielder, and is a bona fide power hitter.
Conroy's kind of thinking deja vu all over again. Stompers got to him early in this first start, and he's only 22. So it's tough for a young kid to attack this lineup twice when they're getting to him.
Nobody out, and the fastball is low. 1-1. 2 on in the top of the first. Pacifics with a win over the Stompers last night. Tonight is the rubber match. Both teams in this 3-game series with a win. The Pittsburgh Metal are in town tomorrow night, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Next pitch is a slider high. 2-1.
And the Stompers beat the Pacifics in the first 3-game series, and you had to go back all the way to July 28th, 2012, the last time the Pacifics dropped the series. And these Stompers are hot.
They split the series with the Metal after they played the Stompers. Long fly ball into the gap in left center. It's over Pace's head. It got him into the jet stream. Pace now digs it out of the base of the wall. Coming around to score easily is Aritz Garcia. Right behind him is Derek Fox. And Jace Ray has a 2 RBI double. The 3rd consecutive hit in this, the top of the first. And the Stompers lead 2-0, Alex.
And he came right into Ray's wheelhouse, and we've seen him go opposite field twice last night. He does it again. He finds a gap. It got caught up in the jet stream, like you mentioned. It was tough for Pace to run it down. But the Stompers find ways to score in the first inning.
They did it last week in 2 of the 3 games. And here's Renato with a runner at second. And a fastball is fouled. Strike 1. Kyle Jones is on deck. Renato, in 7 games, has 6 RBIs, batting .303. And the wind is just picking up. It was violent at the start, and now it's much more than that as Conroy steps off to gather himself.
You could see that flag blowing out in left center field, right where Ray hit that baseball.
He really did. A late call and a fastball is strike 2 on the cleanup batter, Renato. Still nobody out. 2 in, 3 hits. Last night, the Pacifics with 13 hits. Curveball flops in, taken, ball 1. Ooh, that was close. 1-2. Yeah, it's like Hurricane Albert out here. I mean, it's crazy. And it's straight over that left field wall. And that shot by Ray almost got out of here. A little away. 2-2. I wouldn't be surprised if there's several home runs tonight.
It's blown out.
320 down the line, 370 straight away. It's about 335 in the gaps. Fly ball into left field. Coming in on it is Williams. He scoops it up. Here's the throw home. And the throw home comes in nicely to Kavanaugh. He fields it, fires it back to second. As Fontaine, the second baseman, was covering. Race did stop at third after he faked. Williams, had he hit the cutoff man, would have left Renato at first. But in fact, he threw it all the way in, Alex, and allowed Renato an extra 90 feet.
And that's a big 90 feet. Takes away the double play. Ray has excellent speed, so you do see Williams has a great arm in left, but it would have been smart to hit the cutoff man because a veteran like Renato took advantage of that extra 90 feet and was able to go down to second.
After 4 consecutive hits, you can see Jesse Smith, the pitching coach for the Pacifics. He's the guy, he's number 23 there with his arms crossed, having a word with Patrick Conroy. Conroy in the rookie league for the Royals was the MVP in 2012. He had I think he said he had 7 wins and had a tremendous campaign with the Royals.
And that's what Shapiro saw to bring this youngster over. And DePace was talking about it earlier in his show. He's got great stuff. He's got a great curveball, and he mixes it well with his hard stuff and his fastball. He's got great command. He's just young, and sometimes it just takes a little bit to learn the ropes.
He's pitching into the wind a little bit, but 4 consecutive hits. Runners now at second and third. Still nobody out, and here's Kyle Jones, the 5th batter of this, the top of the first. Conroy, the lefty, and a fastball is taken, ball 1. Garrett Wells, the ump at home plate, and Kevin Duffesey out in the field. Conroy, now a breaking ball, is taken for a strike. 1-1. 2-0 Stompers. Stadium starting to fill in nicely. Here's the next pitch, a very high. 2-1. Looked like Conroy was trying to back up with a big breaking ball, but he just let it go a little early. 2-1 delivery. Chopper back to Conroy, and he's got Jace Ray stuck in the pickle. He throws it to Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh holds on to it.
Wow, that was a heads-up play by Ray.
And Ray got back to third.
I don't know how he did that.
Yeah, he just scooted back to third. As soon as Conroy decided to throw it to Kavanaugh, Ray just really scooted 100 miles an hour back to the third base bag. And it's a fielder's choice on the part of Patrick Conroy, and everybody's safe. And the bases are loaded, nobody out with 2 runs in. Here is Reed Chenworth.
And I think Conroy made the right decision. He had Ray in a pickle, but Ray was somehow able to get out of that with his great speed.
I'm mystified by how he did it. I thought for sure they had him stuck between third and home, and somehow he scooted back to the bag before Kavanaugh could unload it to Evan Boyd. Now remember, Evan Boyd's looking right into the sun down there at third base, so maybe Kavanaugh thought it was better. Swung on and missed, strike 2. To Reed Chenworth, who has a single RBI in 7 games, batting 111.
So now this really becomes a strikeout situation for Conroy.
Slugging catcher Thomas McAlpine is on deck. You can see the wind blowing the dust up on the field on your TV screen. Swung on and missed. And that's strike 3, 1 away. Here in the top of the first. Bases still loaded.
For the Stompers, catcher
4 consecutive hits and then a fielder's choice to open up the top of the first inning in this, the rubber match. Here is Thomas McAlpine batting .250 with a pair of RBIs. I suspect Conroy's going to be on kind of a short leash at this point, Alex. He's got to be. Bases loaded. McAlpine looking to bust this game wide open. The fastball is low.
And since DeBar went 8 innings last night, DePace has options in his bullpen for this rubber match.
Tommy Lyons, the DH, is on deck. One away here to McAlpine. Big lefty. Slider away. 2-0.
Now this becomes a big pitch because you got to come in the zone, and McAlpine's going to be sitting on something.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't want to go 3-0 with the bases loaded. Conroy does just that. 3-0. He backed up the slider with the exact same pitch away from McAlpine. And now he's got himself in a real pickle. Bags jammed. And McAlpine is hitting fastball. And it's low. And it's 3-0. Jace Ray walks in. Steve Renato moves over to third base with Kyle Jones to second. McAlpine walks to first.
Designated hitter number 10.
4 hits, a fielder's choice, and a walk. And Conroy has got to get out of this thing. Here's Tommy Lyons, the 8th batter of the top of the first. Conroy, the big left-hander. Big curveball. Caught the inside corner. Oh, that was a sweet back foot breaking ball. Lions take strike 1. TJ Gavlik, the 9th batter, is on deck.
And Conroy just needs to find which pitches he can throw comfortably. If it's that breaking ball, continue to throw it.
Sliders low, 1-1. Infield at double play depth. Try to cut that run off at home. Fastball just blew it by him, 1-2. That was a fine pitch from Conroy, and one of the best he's thrown tonight.
Almost a little anger behind that. He reached back and blew it by Tommy Lyons.
Conroy can get low 90s, and I think that's what we saw right there. 1-2. Got him. And mercifully, Lions heads back, and that's exactly what the Pacifics need. And now, with the bases still loaded, they could use one more and get out of this with just the damage of 3 runs. TJ Gavlik now batting 9th with a single RBI this season. Gavlik is the guy that the Stompers call upon when they need a pinch runner. Batting 200. Playing first base tonight. Conroy comes home. The fastball is low for a ball.
He's got good speed. And so anything slowly hit, he's going to be tough to get at first.
Plays at any base. Fly ball to center. Backing up is Zach Pace. Way back at the fence. Pace has got it. To end things. Well, the Stompers send 9 to the plate. 4 hits, 3 runs, and no errors. And the Pacifics, coming up for the first time tonight, have a lot of work to do. When we come back, the Pacifics will send up David Kiriakos, Zach Pace, and Michael Hoba. You're watching the San Rafael Pacifics on Marin TV. We'll be right back.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Good Earth, dedicated to the health and sustainability of our community since 1969.
Well, we're back, everybody, in the bottom of the first inning. Stuart Horn and Alex Swan. And the Pacifics, Alex, have a little work to do, down 3-0 here, and they haven't even sent a single batter to the plate yet. The Pacifics will be sending David Kiriakos, Zach Pace, and Michael Hoba to start things off. Defensively for the Stompers, Kyle Jones in left, Jace Ray in center field, and Reed Chenworth over in right. Steve Renato at third base, Aritz Garcia at short, Derek Fox at second base with TJ Gavlik at first, Thomas McAlpine behind the plate, and on the mound is Jesse Garcia. Garcia with a 10.50 ERA starts things off to Kiriakos outside, ball one. Kiriakos batting 103 in 7 games and moved over to short. He's played the last 7 games at second base. A little high, 2-0. 3-0 Stompers. Garcia, 1-0 in 6 innings pitched. He's given up 7 earned runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, and 6 hits. 8 hits, pardon me.
And he really lugged out that start against the Admirals to earn that win after giving up 6.
Next pitch is in there for a strike. 2-1 to Kiriakos, who gets the start tonight at short. 3-1 now. Kiriakos, a first-year Pacific, and he has been nails so far. He's just been great. 3-1 now from Garcia is torn down the third base line, foul. Just barely foul, 3-2.
Kiriakos was all over that. Unbelievable story, though, for this man, Garcia. Battled cancer in his senior year at UNLV. Doctors told him he may never pitch again.
Full count. Popped him up. Right center. Everybody's on the run. Jace Ray can't get to it. And into second with a stand-up double in the right field gap. Kiriakos gets things started for the San Rafaels. Great way to get it started. Here's Zach Pace.
He came in with the high fastball. And Kiriakos showing his power to the opposite field. Able to split the gap as it hung up in the wind. But back to Garcia. Earlier, when they said he had cancer, he just played. The only way to play ball was to play catch with his teammates. He'd sit in a wheelchair, and as he battled this disease that the doctors said he may never come back, he's back here on the mound, and it just shows he's got great love for the game of baseball.
Playing pro ball here at Albert Park. Zach Pace batting .333 with Kiriakos at second base.
You're down 3. That's exactly what you need, a leadoff double, to try to get yourselves back in the ball game.
And Pace is one of those guys. He not only has the high batting average, but tends to come through. Fastball is up and away. Ball one. Michael Hoba, the Cuban slugger, on deck. Pace, the center fielder, who ended that 9-batter marathon in the top of the first by making a great catch in center field. Garcia comes home. This is between short and third. Garcia can't get to it. Pace is safe. And the Pacifics have a little something going with 2 hits in a row. And here's Michael Hoba.
So Kiriakos goes the opposite way. Zach Pace on the ground, finds a hole. Good piece of hitting.
I talked to Pace before the game, and we just acknowledged the fact that he's seeing the ball so well. We both talked about it. He's hitting it hard and seeing it well. It's a nice place to be. Here's Hoba. Fastball is poured in. Michael taking all the way. Hoba batting .185 with 3 RBIs. Had a 37-game hitting streak back in 2012. Orifice on deck. Hoba batting in the 3-hole with nobody out and 2 on. Swung on and missed. 0-2. Pacifics fans wondering, where's Johnny Woodard? 3 nights now not in the lineup. And a hard hit to short. Diving forward is Ritz Garcia. He can't get it. Rounding third is Kiriakos. He'll score easily. And the Pacifics answer.
And that's what you got to do to try to get yourselves back in the ball game. Hova finds a hole by Garcia. And he had him 0-2. Didn't need to come into the zone. He challenged Hova, and Hova made him pay.
Well, the Stompers open with 4 consecutive hits. The Pacifics answer with 3 of their own. How about that? Here's Mike Orifice, the cleanup batter, with runners at first and second. Pace over to second. Hoba stops at first. Orifice, a left-handed batter, has power away. A big slinging curveball is low.
22, first baseman Mike Orifice.
And hopefully that gets the 2012 MVP a little bit of momentum here.
The newest Pacific just signed today, Jeremy Williams, is on deck. Orifice skies one to left. Backing up is Kyle Jones. At the fence, Jones, and he throws it in and sliding in safely. Heads up base running as Zach Pace tags up. I don't think that Jones thought he was going to attempt that right in front of him, but he did.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He looked like he was going to get into his crow hop and throw to the cutoff man, and that's just a great veteran play by Zach Pace. That's a big 90 feet. A sac fly can now score him. Those type of plays to generate runs, big for your ball club.
They can keep a rally going, that's for sure, and now a mound meeting as Ray Serrano wants to come out and have a word with Jesse Garcia. But I think you're absolutely right. Pace also knows from playing the outfield here at Albert Park that throwing a ball in from the warning track in this kind of wind is no guarantee you're going to get it in and get anybody with the kind of speed that Pace has. So he waited for Jones to make that catch and then just took off from the bag and made it easily. There was not even a play. The cutoff man was Garcia at short. So they didn't even try to get Pace. So he decided to take it. Here's Jeremy Williams, the newest Pacific player. Hova now with 4 RBIs. Knocking in Kiriakos. 3-1 ball game, bottom of the first. Here is Williams. Check swing. He went around, strike one at a fastball. Matt Kavanaugh's on deck. Williams just joined the club today. And is part of the reason that the Pacifics had to shift the infield set. A curveball he held up on, and he delivers a base hit to right field. Chenworth has it on a bounce, and Pace scores, and now it's 3-2, and Williams' very first at-bat is a base hit RBI. How about that?
Welcome to the ball club, Jeremy Williams. Waited on the curveball, sat back, poked it into right field. You can't ask for more than that from the newcomer.
4 hits for the Pacifics, 2 runs in. Hova scoots over to second base. And here's Matt Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh with the highest average on the team at 381 with 3 RBIs. Second-year Pacific. Waggles the bat. A fastball on the outside paint. Strike one. Eric Boehner's on deck. And Boehner and Kavanaugh, the catching platoon. Boehner the DH tonight. And you can see there's just so much dust in the air blowing off of the infield. Kavanaugh stands in. A fastball blew it by him. 0-2. Good pitch from Garcia. Stompers in the top of the inning. were able to score 3 times, and the Pacifics have answered. Still just 1 down, 2 on. Base hit from Kavanaugh would score Hoba from second. Fastball is way up, 1-2. Kavanaugh batting in the 6 hole. Garcia looks in to McAlpine. Oh, another big curveball and got him looking.
He went 2 fastballs previously, and that breaking ball, he takes a lot off of that, and Kavanaugh just wasn't sitting off speed.
Here comes Eric Boehner. So Boehner batting .333, a first-year man for San Rafael, and he's done a very fine job behind the plate. Two on, 2 away. Boehner at a fastball, swings through, strike 1. Evan Boyd is on deck. A 3-2 ball game. Just the bottom of the first inning. Boy, just a ton of action so far. Pacifics with 4 hits, Stompers with 4 hits. Garcia now to Boehner, outside, 1-1.
And if you're Patrick Conroy, you're feeling pretty good right now. Offense able to generate a few runs to get him back into the ball game.
Boehner would love to tie the game with a base hit. And he popped him up. Top of the stadium.
Broken glass, fix it fast.
And it's foul.
Marin Auto Glass.
Usually is when it hits the top of the stadium.
Yeah, that's a big thud, too. And Boehner's going to battle. He's a tough guy to strike out. Batted over 700 in spring training. Kavanaugh's just such a great veteran presence. It's tough to get playing time, but DePace wanted to go with both the catchers tonight.
Here's the 1-1. Curveball. Check it. It was 1-2, and Boehner swings through and finishes the bottom of the first inning with Evan Boyd on deck. Well, the Pacifics had 4 hits, but they managed to get 2 across. As we go now to the top of the second inning, it will be the top of the order for the Stompers. Aritz Garcia, Derek Fox, and Jace Ray. Alex and I will be right back on Marin TV.
On your mark, get set.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Good Earth, dedicated to the health and sustainability of our community since 1969.
You're watching
It's
Marin
3-2.
TV.
The Stompers lead it. As they batted around in the first inning, Conroy is going to take his crack at the lineup the second time through as a strike's called to Aritz Garcia. First at bat, he had that chopper that Boyd couldn't see in the sun, and he's able to beat out the throw from Kyriakos in the dirt. Garcia, 333 on the year. Was in the 5-hole, moved himself up to the leadoff spot. This is fouled over to Orifice, and he's able to put it away over by the Pacific's bullpen. One down in the inning is Derek Fox, the second baseman.
Now batting for the Stompers,
He also singled in the first, and he came around to score. First pitch to Fox, and he swings and misses. Fox taking his time. Conroy's ready. And the pitch is in there at the knees for strike two. Conroy trying to settle down after giving up 3 in the first. He's ahead of Fox, 0-2. Kavanaugh sets the target away. 0-2 pitch to Fox is a little outside. Fox spent a little time in the Frontier League. Here's the pitch. And he got him looking. 2 down in the inning as Jace Ray will come to the plate.
Now batting for the Stompers, 99.
Conroy's third strikeout on the night. Jace Ray, 1 for 1. And he doubled in the opposite gap to drive in 2 as he takes a ball low.
Boy, is Conroy, is it even the same pitcher?
He's settling down.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's very efficient.
And this has popped up. Left field, some work for the newcomer, Jeremy Williams. He'll put it away. 1-2-3 inning for Conroy.
How about that?
You said it. He looks like a new pitcher. Evan Boyd's coming up. He'll lead it off for the Pacifics. Then Fontaine and Kyriakos. Pacifics are down 1. It's 3-2 Stompers. We'll be back on CMCM TV.
Marin TV.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Strict Law, representing the injured throughout the San Francisco Bay Area since 1980.
And we are back. Bottom of the second inning, and the Pacifics in the top of the inning were pretty efficient there, Alex. They were able to get him 1-2-3, get right back into the batter's box and see if they can tie this game up. Currently, it's 3-2 after an exciting first inning, and the Pacifics would like to keep that going.
Keep generating momentum. It's going to be Evan Boyd to lead it off. 231 on the year. 1 RBI. First pitch to Boyd is a strike. Boyd had his time in the 2-hole, got moved down to the 9-hole. Now he's sitting in the 8-hole tonight, trying to find a home for him. That's fouled. 0-2.
And he's playing at third base, as Troy Zawadzki was released by the team this afternoon. So they had to move Boyd over to third. Of course, Boyd's usually the shortstop. Kiriakos from second to short.
Curveball is high.
Fontaine from left field to second base. And, of course, Fontaine is a career second baseman, even played in 2012 for the Pacifics at second base. And last year moved to left field.
1-2 to Boyd. Another curveball is inside. And that's a big luxury to have. Fontaine able to play the outfield as well as the infield. And that must be another good sign that Ryan Priddy is close to returning.
Priddy's due to come back Tuesday at this point from the hammy.
It's 2-2 to Boyd, and it's on the ground. Fox has it on one hop. No retire Boyd for the first out of this inning.
Well, that was a little too easy if you want to get a rally started. And speaking of Chase Fontaine, we'll have his first AB tonight, Fontaine.
Fontaine, 154 on the year, 1 home run, 4 RBIs. The first pitch from Garcia is in tight, 1-0.
Boy, that looked like it hit him, but obviously it didn't. But the angle on television really looked like it caught him in the wrist.
Fontaine from Atlanta. As the fastball's in there for a strike. Spent a little time with the Braves organization. Has been with San Rafael since the beginning in 2012. And the 1-1 is hit to right. Chenworth's got a beat on it, and he puts it away. 2 down in the second.
Boy, the wind really knocked it down. That cross wind, a left-handed pull hitter to right field doesn't stand a chance because that cross wind is just knocking it down.
Top of the order, it's going to be Kiriakos. He doubled to right center in his first at-bat. Came around to score on the Hova RBI. First pitch to Kiriakos is at the knees and on the inside corner for a strike. Trying to get on for pace. The 0-1 to Kiriakos. On the outside corner, strike 2.
Wow, what a pitch. Kiriakos was certain it was low and away, but it just caught a little piece of that outer corner.
So now Kiriakos is behind 0-2. He's able to go up the middle to Fox. Off balance throw is in the dirt, and Gavrik can't handle it. Kiriakos is going to be safe.
Pretty sure they're going to give him a hit. Waiting for the official score now. Yeah, it's scored a hit, and rightfully so. Fox had too tough a play to call that an error.
Pace singled in the first. He was able to split the gap between Renato and Garcia and poke it in the left field. And now Garcia's in the stretch. Kiriakos with good speed at first, and he goes. Good jump, the throw not in time, and Kiriakos steals it.
Head first slide barely, got in under the tag because that was a perfect toss from McAlpine. Garcia put the swipe on him, but Kiriakos just got in on the outside corner of the bag.
That's Kiriakos' second stolen base of the season. And now he's in scoring position for Zach Pace. Good contact hitter. 2 down in the inning. 0-1 to Pace is in there for strike 2.
That is stolen base number 2 for Kiriakos.
Garrett Wells really has a low strike zone. I don't know if he likes it so much, but he's giving the strike to the low pitches consistently.
He looks like a low ball umpire. 0-2 to Pace. Kiriakos at second. Pace to right, base hit. Chenworth comes in. Here's the throw home. It's going to be not in time, and this game is tied.
Well, I said it last time Pace was up when he had a hit, now his second hit of the night. But Pace does it when it matters. And that's the very definition of a clutch player. And Pace in his third year with the Pacifics delivers the tying RBI with 2 down. That's clutch hitting.
Very clutch hitting. And it all started with Kiriakos putting the pressure on Fox to beat out that throw. Stole second. And now this game is tied. First pitch to Hova is outside.
Number 1 for Zach Pace.
First RBI for Pace on the year.
Well, he did it at a good time. Second hit of the night already.
So after the Pacifics were down 3-0, they've came back to tie it. 2 in the first, 1 in the second.
It said on your screen there that Hoba's the hitting coach, and while there's some truth to that, of course, he's the everyday right fielder.
Pace goes now. And the throw is not handled by McAlpine. It will be called a strike. But now Pace has his first stolen base of the year.
On the season, stolen base number 2.
Excuse me.
Zach Attack.
That's his second. One and 1 to Hova. Pace on second. And it's outside 2-1. Hova's got 4 RBIs on the year. 2-1 pitch is fouled. And this will be out of play. Hova with an RBI in the first. 2-2 now. All started with a 2-out rally by Kiriakos.
Yeah, it's all been with 2 down. You're right.
Here's a 2-2 to Hova. On the ground to Garcia. He's got it. Across the diamond to Gavlik, and the side is retired. Pacific's going to run from Pace's RBI. It's tied at 3. The Stompers are going to send up Renato, Jones, and Chenworth in the top of the third. Pacific's 3, Stompers 3. We'll be right back on CMCM TV.
Get set.
You're watching Marin TV. You're watching Marin TV.
Marin TV
Well,
is
we're,
made possible by the generous support
Happy
of
you're with us
Sonoma
tonight from
Stompers.
Albert Park. Tonight's broadcast and telecast are made possible by the Association of Marin TV and Dominican University of California Communications Department. And the first pitch to Steve Renato, the cleanup batter, is outside, up and in for a ball. Next one's fouled up and away. 1-1. It'll be Renato, Kyle Jones, and Reed Chenworth, the 4, 5, 6 hitters, here in the top of the third. It's a 3-3 ball game. Pacifics picked up the tying run there in the second. Fastball's inside now, 2-1. Renato batting .303. Coming into tonight's action, had a hit in the first inning to left field. He was left stranded at third base. Swung on and missed, 2-2. Big fastball from Conroy.
That was a healthy fastball. Renato sees left-handed pitching pretty well.
Renato with 6 RBIs coming into tonight's action. And if I'm not mistaken, had one back in the first. To short, diving for it is Kiriakos, and he can't get it. It gets all the way into center field, and Pace scoops it up. Renato's aboard with his second hit of the night into center field, and here's Kyle Jones.
Renato not trying to do too much, just going right back up the middle. Good effort from Kiriakos as he went with the full-out belly dive to try to keep that ball in the infield.
Nobody out here in the third, top of the third inning. Jones with an 0.59 batting average. He's got 3 RBIs. Runner goes. Here's a throw from Kavanaugh. All the way down. He throws it into center field. Zach comes up with it from center, throws it into third base. Boyd muffs it. He can't handle it. So the throw from Kavanaugh gets into center field, and it allows Renato to turn around second and go to third. So he's got second stolen and then takes third on the overthrow from Kavanaugh. And all of a sudden, Jones' opportunity for an RBI becomes much easier.
He goes from first to third. And the Stompers have 15 total stolen bases, so the team likes to run.
Here's the 0-1 curveball. Flops right in there, 0-2. Chenworth is on deck. Jones reaches base back in the first inning on a fielder's choice. Check swing, he held up. 1-2 now.
That was a good slider there. He's got Jones thinking now. He can come back inside with a fastball or go away again.
Renato, the runner at third base, to Jones. The chopper up the middle. That'll get Renato in. Over to second base. Fontaine has it. And he throws on to Orifice at first, 1 away. The run does score, and it's 4-3.
So the error hurts the Pacifics. Renato was able to force the issue, and that's all you got to do. If you're Kyle Jones, a slow ball hit to the right side of the infield is going to get it done.
Chenworth batting 111 coming into tonight's action with a single RBI. He struck out back in the first inning. Conroy with a slider, low. Ball 1. 1 down, 1 in. Top of the third. Thomas McAlpine's on deck. Here's a fastball, and he blew it by him, 1-1. Good pitch out of Conroy, who at times tonight has looked masterful.
And I don't think Chenworth's seeing Conroy too well. He's been able to just blow by consecutive fastballs to Chenworth.
First inning, Conroy saw 9 stompers. Here's a shot to third. It goes off of the thigh of Evan Boyd into left field. And Williams, the new Pacific out there in left, throws it back in. And Chenworth has his first hit of the night.
And Chenworth says, the heck with that. He screws one right off the end of the bat to Boyd, who I don't know if you can handle a shot like that. That was right at him, a screaming line drive.
There's the hot corner, and then there's the hot corner.
Yeah.
And that was the latter. Here's Thomas McAlpine now. McAlpine walked back in the first inning, stranded at first base. And a late call on a fastball is strike one. Tommy Lyons on deck. Just one out here in the top of the third. One run in for the Stompers, answering the Pacific's ability to tie back in the bottom of the second. Foul third base side, just sliced foul from the left-handed batting McAlpine. 0-2.
These left-handed Stomper hitters, all of them seem like they can go the other way effectively. There's been a couple balls down the left field line that have just sliced foul. Chenworth went the other way. Ray goes the other way. They use all part of the field when they hit.
The wind is just howling over the left center field wall. And I just keep waiting for one of these big sluggers to launch it into the jet stream and airmail it out of here. Here's the 0-2, and Conroy wants to think about it. So he steps off. Had a long conversation with Conroy tonight. He and I spoke for a long time in the dugout, and he's just a really good guy. Had a lot of experience for a 22-year-old pitcher. And it gets past Kavanaugh. And Chenworth will go down to second easily on the pass ball.
That's another big 90 feet. Went off speed. Caught Kavanaugh on a tricky hop.
It was a breaking ball in the dirt, but one that Kavanaugh is expected to field. Period.
And he'll say that, yeah, as a veteran
Sure.
catcher.
Oh, yeah.
He knows that's on him.
One and two now. McAlpine batting .250. Couple RBIs. Got the protective apparatus there on the right ankle. Another one in the dirt. Kavanaugh this time is able to stay in front of it. 2-2. Conroy slowed things down. The last sliver of sunlight now just on the second base bag, right in the eyes of Reed Chenworth, the runner. Kiriakos, the shortstop, isn't even in it. Such a slight little sliver. Here's a chopper back to Conroy. He goes to first for the second out. And on the play, Chenworth advances to third base. So McAlpine with a productive out. And Tommy Lyons will bat for the second time tonight.
Good pitch from Conroy. Challenged him at the knees. McAlpine was able to get the end of the bat on it, though.
Tommy Lyons struck out looking back in the first inning. The 8-hole hitter and the fifth batter of the top of the third. Conroy comes home with a fastball. Check swing is fouled away. 0-1. TJ Gavlik is on deck. 2014 Pacifics on Marin TV. Second appearance this season for Conroy. Fastball is poured in there, taken, but outside, 1-1. Both teams with 6 hits. Pacifics with a single error. And the wind is still blowing. There's the fastball taken, and it's called a strike, 1-2.
Great paint there by Conroy to get ahead of the hitter. And his fastball looks like he's got complete command now.
Lyons does not have a hit yet this season. DHing tonight. Conroy with a chance to get out of this thing, and he gets him swinging. And that's large for Conroy's confidence. Get the team back in the scoring position if he possibly can. Well, he's going to have the 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Pacifics. Mike Orifice, Jeremy Williams, and Matt Cavanaugh in the bottom of the third. 4-3 in favor of the visiting Stompers, and we'll be right back on Marin TV.
You're watching Marin TV. You're watching Marin TV.
Stuart Horn and Alex Swan, my trusty sidekick. Mike Orifice will lead things off, batting .321, coming into tonight's action with 3 RBIs. Orifice, his first year of the Pacifics, been doing a great job offensively and defensively. .321, one of the highest batting averages on the squad. Flew out to left field his last time up. And a long fly ball to deep right field. Chenworth at the fence. Gone! Orifice ties the game with a home run to lead off the bottom of the third inning. How about that? His first home run as the Pacific.
Garcia tried to challenge him, and Orifice got all of that one. You wanted to see a ball get caught up in the jet stream. That one had a lot of carry to it. And McAlpine's going to talk to Garcia. You can't make that mistaken location.
Holy cow, Orifice let it fly out onto Albert Park Lane, and that was a no-doubter. Chenworth barely moved out there in right field and knew it was gone. Jeremy Williams, 1 hit as a Pacific, in 1 at bat as a Pacific. And he takes a fastball up and away, ball 1. Matt Cavanaugh is on deck, but Williams 1 for 1. Batting 1,000 for the San Rafaels. Fly ball to center field. Ray comes in a few steps, and he's got it. And Williams is batting .500.
He's going to be a good right-handed power hitter, though, for the Pacifics.
That's exactly why they brought him
back. That'll be a good punch. Hova, he definitely adds some pop.
Here's Cavanaugh. Struck out looking back in the first. Fastball is swung on and missed, strike 1. Cavanaugh batting .381 with 3 RBIs. That is coming into tonight. And he popped him up. Over to short, Aritz Garcia battling the win, 2 down.
And that ball popped out of Garcia's glove at the last second. Are they going to say he had control of it for long enough, though?
Yeah, he
Yes.
had it long enough. It was in the exchange to his bare hand.
Good call. I'd agree.
He'd pinched down on it, and then Tyler Spencer, the assistant coach for the Pacifics in the first base coach's box, heads up, started to argue with the field umpire.
Might as well try to sell it.
Absolutely, 2 down. But Garcia, the shortstop, had pinched down on it, and as he was making the move into his bare hand to throw it around, that's when he dropped it. He had control of it. Here's Eric Boehner, who takes a ball. Boehner DHing tonight with 2 away. Mike Orphis starts things off here in the bottom of the third with a bomb over the right field wall, Alex. Just an absolute no-doubter. Fastball, actually it looked more like a slider to Boehner, strike 1. 1-1. A good pitch and a good hack. And the pitch won. Here's the 1-1. Popped him up first base side. Foul, 1-2. Looking at the Pacific's home run leaderboard, Fontaine with 1, Woodard with 1, and now Orphis with 1. Here's the 1-2 very high, 2-2. The interesting thing about that, Alex, is the home run for Fontaine went off of the glove of the left fielder and popped over the fence. Here's the 2-2. Fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again.
Well, just like the skipper says, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Anytime you can get a home run off an attempt to make the catch and it pops out of your glove and goes over the fence, Fontaine will take it.
The count is 2-2. Marin TV, 2-2. Low, and now the count is full.
I don't know how Boehner took that. That was a close pitch.
3-2 count to Boehner. 2 away. And Jesse Garcia comes home. Check swing is fouled away. 7th pitch of the AB coming up. Four ball game. Mike Orphis with the tying run over the right field wall. I know I keep saying it, but it was such a tremendous shot. Here it is. Line drive past the diving Renato at third base. And Boehner's aboard with his first hit of the night.
It was a challenge fastball. Boehner not trying to do too much. He's got such great lower body strength and able to put that in the left field.
Boyd batting in the 8 hole tonight with a ground out to Derek Fox's second base. Back in the second inning. Batting .231 coming into the action tonight. Boyd stands in with Boehner at first and the throw over to first. And Boehner scurries in safely.
And it's tough to steal on a left-handed pitcher. Pacifics have done it twice tonight.
And it's tough because the pitcher looks right over at the bag. And now a breaking ball falls in to Evan Boyd, 0-1. Boyd is first year with the Pacifics, starting tonight at third base. The everyday shortstop, at least for the first 7 games. But with the switch up of the fielders, he's moved over. Fox has it at second base on a hop. And he goes over to Gavlik at first for the easy 4-3 out. Well, the Pacifics did manage to get the one run back to tie it up. They just they fall behind, they tie it up, fall behind, tie it up. They just keep working it with the home run by Orifice, his first of the year. When we come up for the Stompers, it'll be the bottom of the order. 9-1-2 hitters, TJ Gavlik, Aritz Garcia, and Derek Fox. And we'll be right back on Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Good Earth, dedicated to the health and sustainability of our community since 1969.
The Pacifics have managed to tie it up 4-4 on just a majestic moonshot from Mike Orifice. And speaking of the moon, just over the left field wall, it's an absolutely perfect sphere. The moon full tonight. And you know what happens with a full moon, Alex, is the first pitch to TJ Gavlik is up and away for ball one. Strange things happen.
That's a great shot. I wish we could have gotten that.
Well, I'm
Full
sure.
moon.
I'm sure the Marin TV folks will probably put a camera on that rising moon, the full moon over the left field wall. 2-1 now to Gavlik. And I'm happy to report that our replay feature is back. This is a chopper up the middle. It's going to be a very tough play, and nobody can handle it. No Pacifics even came close to getting it. It makes its way all the way out into center field, and Gavlik's aboard with his first hit of the night.
Well, Conroy needs a shutdown inning, and Renato went back up the middle. Now Gavlik, they're not trying to do too much, but he's got to try to contain and put up a 0 here in the fourth.
Aritz Garcia, 1 for 2 on the night with a run scored. Yeah, hopefully we can Conroy to first. And hopefully we can get a shot of the moon out there over the left field wall. It's just incredible. Last night, waxing gibbous in its final phase, and tonight it's full. Garcia squares to bunt and fouls it back and hits himself while he was still in the batter's box. Garcia batting .333 with 6 RBIs tonight. Behind in the count, 0-1. He's got Gavlik over at first. Nobody out here in the top of the fourth inning. It's a 4-4 ball game. Patrick Conroy on the mound. Runner goes, and it's a fair ball down the third base line. Gavlik around second on his way to third, and the hit and run is perfect as Gavlik comes home. The throw in from Williams to Boyd to Kavanaugh. And Gavlik comes all the way around, Alex, from first base and scores the go-ahead run 5-4.
The hit and run was on, and the way Aritz Garcia is seeing the baseball right now is a great call by the skipper Serrano, and he was able to shoot it right down the third base line. Boyd had no chance, but it's official. Aritz Garcia, he's hot.
How about that view of the full moon over the left field wall?
Beautiful, beautiful Calhoun.
That is a great angle, a great target for these guys to fire at. Derek Fox now batting 172 coming into tonight's action. He's got a single home run and 6 RBIs, so a lot of power. He struck out his last at-bat. He squares here and takes a curveball.
Well, tonight it's been about answering. The Pacifics answered the Stompers 3. They were able to tie it. Stompers got another run. Pacifics got it back up at 4, and now the Stompers jump ahead once again, 5-4.
The bunt down the third base line is fielded cleanly by Boyd. Orifice takes it and runs it back as Garcia had to stop at third base. He took a huge turn at third, did Aritz Garcia. And the Pacifics now have just one out.
And Serrano loves to play small ball. Moves Garcia into scoring position at third, only 90 feet away from tacking on their 6th run. And the way Chenworth's been hitting, that's probably a good call.
Jace Ray batting .286 with a pair of RBIs. He had a hit to left field and a run score back in the first inning. Fly ball to left in the second. Fastball's in the dirt, blocked by Kavanaugh, which matters as Garcia's over at third base.
You got to have trust in your catcher to throw that breaking ball in the dirt, and Conroy does in Kavanaugh.
1 ball on him. Steve Renato is on deck. 1 run in here in the top of the 4th. Fastball away, and it's 2-0.
And if you're Conroy, you don't have to come in here and make a mistake. Even though Renato is hot on deck, you don't want to make a mistake to Ray.
Conroy's been hanging by a thread a few times tonight. Skied third base line and foul. 2-1.
Broken glass, fix it fast at Marin Auto Glass.
Ray 1 for 2 on the night. And our replay feature at the end of this inning is in effect. And if you've been watching our broadcast as Ray takes for strike 2, the exciting replay at the conclusion of each half inning is, well, it's a real highlight of each broadcast.
And we weren't expecting that coming in to the televised part of the broadcast, but it's been a nice addition.
No, it's great. 2-2 now to the 3-hole hitter Ray. Curveball. Got it. Oh, now they appeal. Oh, no, swing. I thought for sure.
I thought Wells rung him up.
I thought Garrett Wells rung him up, and then instead of ringing him up, he's asked for the appeal.
Oh, my goodness.
3-2 now. Ray has new life.
That was a great breaking ball by Conroy.
It really was. It's one of those pitches I think it had the umpire fooled. Here's the 3-2. Fly ball to center. Pace is there. He hauls it in. Tagging from third easily is Garcia. And now it's 6-4.
That's huge. That is huge. Run comes in. You get a 2-run cushion now after Conroy thought he had strike 3.
That's the difference. While they still got Ray, the difference in getting him in a strikeout as opposed to a sacrifice fly is a run.
Absolutely.
And that's gigantic. And here's Steve Renato, the cleanup batter, batting .303. Renato had a single in the first, a single in the third, a stolen base, and a run scored. So he's been a busy guy tonight. 2 down, nobody on. And he popped him up. And it's left field, and Williams comes in a few steps. And that's that. In the top of the 4th, though, the Stompers are able to put together a couple hits and a couple runs. When we come back in the bottom of the 4th inning, it will be Chase Fontaine, David Kiriakos, and Zach Pace. The Pacifics are in catch-up mode at 6-4. We'll be right back.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Tamalpais Union High School District Community Education.
Everybody, and we are back on Marin TV's exclusive coverage of the 2014 San Rafael Pacifics, a 6-4 ball game. Chase Fontaine's going to lead things off, and on the play-by-play is my trusty sidekick, Alex Swan.
First base for the Stompers, number 9,
we have a substitution. Gary Stauff has came in to play first base for Gavlik, as the first pitch to Fontaine is high. Fontaine flied out to Chenworth in his first at-bat, as the Pacifics now trail by 2. Fontaine hits one foul. One and 1 to Fontaine. And a fastball is a little high, 2-1.
Fontaine with a fly ball to right field his last time up, Alex, and that crosswind sort of knocked it down. But remember, Fontaine has power away.
That's where he likes to go.
You're right, it's where he likes to go.
3-1.
The wind is blowing over that left field wall. And if he would just aim at the full moon over the wall, there's really quite a sight out there.
The 3-run to Fontaine is ripped foul down the right field line. Full count.
He's turning early on the ball a little bit. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but in this crosswind, he's not going to get a lot out of it. He's seeing the ball well, though. And there's that shot of the full moon. And that's the exact target that Fontaine should be aiming at.
Payoff pitch to Fontaine is on the ground. Stauff's got it. And there's one down in the bottom of the 4th.
Well, Stauff came in place of Gavlik, and Fontaine challenged him. And it just seems to work that way. Come into a game and balls are going to be hit right at you.
And here's Kiriakos. He's 2 for 2. He's got a double and an infield hit. And he's seeing Garcia well. The first pitch is hit out to center. And Ray is able to put it away for the second out of this inning. Kiriakos hit it hard.
He really did. And he was 2 for 2 going into that at bat, swinging with a lot of confidence. And he darn near knocked it out of here.
So the first 2 batters are retired in this inning. It will be Zach Pace, who's also 2 for 2, a couple of singles and an RBI. As he thought about a bunt. And he takes a strike.
That would have been a good time, actually.
Yeah, now Renato creeps in a little at third. He'll take a few steps.
Now Renato's thinking about it. But I guarantee he was sleeping on that last pitch.
1-0-1 to Pace. .333 on the year. Had his first RBI tonight. Here's the 1-1 from Garcia. And he swings and misses over the top of it.
How about that for a big hack? Pace takes a long walk outside the hitting area. Thinks about it. He really released his shoulders on that last swing. If he'd have connected, I think the ball would have traveled a long way. It was just a fine pitch from Garcia.
Garcia ahead, 1-2. And the slider away. Pace lays off, 2-2. Fontaine grounded out to third. Kiriakos flied out to center for the first 2 outs of this inning. 2-2 to Pace is chopped right to Garcia. He barehands it and he throws to first as Pace was hustling down the first base line. The side retired in order. The Pacifics don't find a way to answer. It's going to be Jones, Chenworth, and McAlpine for the Stompers after we see this replay. We're going to go to the top of the 5th. It's the Stompers 6, the Pacifics 4.
I can't wait for this replay because it's going to show how close the play was and how hard Zach Pace was running.
Garcia was taking his time, but he almost took too much time.
On your mark, get set, and go. And while they're doing that, it's also time for the 15-inning infield drag, sponsored by Green Beauties, Pacific's Ground Crew, and Green Beauties.
Well, on that particular angle, you couldn't really see how close a boom-boom play it was. But it was extremely close because that's how fast Zach Pace is. When we come back in the top of the 5th inning, it will be Kyle Jones, Reed Chenworth, and Thomas McAlpine. Horn and Swan going to the 5th at 6-4 Sonoma. We'll be right back.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Tamalpais Union High School District Community Education.
Kyle Jones will lead things off for the visiting Stompers, 6-4, as the Pacifics have been put in the position, as my partner Alex Swan has said, over and over to catch up. They go down 3 in the first, caught right up. Down 4-3, caught right up. Now down 6-4. And in the last half inning, they weren't able to do it, but hold them here. They'll have a chance at it. Kyle Jones to lead things off, and he hits a fly ball into the gap in left center field. He turns first, and he'll make it into second easily. Jones, with his first hit on the night, starts things off, and the Sonomas are coming out swinging the bats.
And he wasn't waiting around, swinging on the first pitch, going opposite field, and a lot of work for Zach Pace tonight in that gap.
Jones with a double.
Now batting for Sonoma, Reed.
And Reed Chenworth will be hitting next. Chenworth batting 111. Had a hit back in the third. He has 1 RBI on the year. The left-handed batter, Chenworth, up and in. Ball one. Thomas McAlpine is on deck. Six to 4, Stompers. Jones with a pretty healthy lead as Conroy looks him back. In the dirt, Kavanaugh blocks. 2-0. Conroy hasn't looked especially comfortable at all tonight. At times he's looked okay. Fouled, out of play, third base side, 2-1. But from top to bottom, not especially comfortable, Alex. I'm sure you would agree.
I do, and he's got great stuff. As the season prolongs, he'll find his way. But he's had a lot of stressful innings, been in the stretch quite a bit. The Stompers have taken advantage.
It's tough to settle down, giving up 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third. Actually, it's 1 in the third and 2 in the fourth.
And there have been times where he's made good pitches. But there's also been other times where the Stompers have had good at-bats.
2-2 to Reed Chenworth. Chenworth, the right fielder. And he's taking it to the wall in left. Coming in to score easily will be Kyle Jones, and into second. And Chenworth just let it ride. And Williams in pace. On the throw-in now from Williams, Kyriakos, the cutoff man, missed it. And it allowed Chenworth to go to third. So he had a double. And then the overthrow on the cutoff puts Chenworth on third base. Oh, that's just looking shabby on the part of the Pacifics.
And you can't get sloppy.
Well, you've got Kyriakos out there at short. He's used to playing second base. And I don't know if that had any part of the problem. If that was part of the problem, okay. But the throw came in and Kyriakos just missed it. And Kavanaugh had to actually back it up as Chenworth was motoring to third. He was standing at second. It was a stand-up double as it got all the way to the base of the wall. But then the throw in, and the Pacifics just muffed it around. And with no one out, 1 run in. And the runner at third base is Chenworth after the overthrow from Williams in left. Can you imagine that? He kind of got it up in this wind over the wall. And it just kept running, and it was perfectly placed into the gap at the Redwood Credit Union sign. So now it's 7-4, and a prolonged wait. So there was a whole team meeting at the mound. And then the umpire went out. Wells, the plate umpire. He broke it up, and now here comes Dan DePace, the manager. And DePace now wants to talk about it. It looks like there's plenty of action in the Pacific's bullpen.
It looks like Lofgren in the bullpen.
Is that true? And it looks like Lofgren, the left-hander, should be coming in. And he will be coming in, and Alex and I will take a quick break. So when we come back, we'll have a new pitcher. It looks like Conroy's done for the night, and Patrick Conroy, in fact, is done for the night. And when we come back, it'll be Lofgren on the mound, 7-4, Pacifics trail. You're watching Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics. We'll be right back.
You're watching Marin TV.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Tamalpais Union High School District Community Education.
Reed Chenworth is standing at third base, and Chuck Lofgren will be on the mound for San Rafael. Lofgren, a big imposing figure up on the mound, is a big left-hander. He's going to be facing Thomas McAlpine, who walked back in the first inning, and a ground ball back to Patrick Conroy on the mound in the third inning. Still nobody out here in the top of the fifth with one run in. Lofgren against McAlpine, batting .250. A fastball's in the dirt, swung on and missed. Strike one. Tommy Lyons is on deck. And the runner at third, Chenworth, of course, belongs to Conroy. As far as the ERA is concerned, 7-4 Sonoma on this blustery night. It's really howling. A breaking ball is swung on and missed. 0-2. McAlpine batting .250, coming into tonight's action with a pair of RBIs. The everyday catcher for Sonoma Stompers. Now he steps out and Lofgren steps off. Anything past Kavanaugh.
That's a big run at third.
You're not kidding. Here's Lofgren, the lefty. In the dirt now. He kind of wasted one. 1-2.
He's staying really low in the zone to McAlpine, trying to get him to chase.
McAlpine, with that walk back in the first inning, was stranded at first base. And he's behind in the count 1-2. Up and away, 2-2. His third AB of the night. Lofgren, while he's a big guy, can only muster mid-80s.
Yeah, he relies on a lot of off speed. Fastball doesn't really hump up too high, low to mid-80s.
You would expect a guy that size to really be able to bring it. Here's the 2-2. Got him swinging, and he junked him to death, Alex. One away.
Had him way out in front. Great pitch. Big strikeout, too. They're trying to leave that runner stranded at third and keep it within striking distance at 3.
Lyons has 2 strikeouts on the night. Still looking for a batting average. The DH tonight batting in the 8-hole. Stauff is on deck. Lyons takes low. 1-0, 7-4. The Stompers with 10 hits and no errors. The Pacifics, 8 hits and 2 errors. Here's Lyons. Fly ball to center. Pace goes back to the wall. Pace at the base of the 370 marker. Catches the long fly ball, but Chenworth is able to tag up and score, and now it's 8-4. And the Stompers have taken a pretty commanding lead.
And they've scored 2 runs off the errors. Kavanaugh airmailed one in the center field to allow Renato to go to third when he was attempting to steal second. And now, as the cutoff throw couldn't be handled by Kiriakos, allowed Chenworth to go to third, he comes in to score on the sac fly.
Gary Stauff, first pitch swinging, tears a line drive over to Williams in left. And the top of the order, Ritz Garcia. Garcia, with a pair of hits on the night and 2 runs scored, has been a real thorn in the side of the San Rafaels tonight.
He has been. To the whole league, he's just on fire.
Garcia batting .333 with 6 RBIs. In the top of the 5th inning, 8-4 Sonoma. Lofgren. A little bit high, 1-0. 2 down here in the 5th. Now a fastball is low and away. 2-0. So Lofgren comes in, goes 5 pitches to McAlpine, a pair to Lyons, and 1 pitch to Stauff. And he's not fooling anybody so far. And now it's 3-0 to Garcia.
And this is all Lofgren. He's going to have to eat up an inning or two because the skipper to Pace doesn't want to go too deep into the bullpen after pulling Conroy only through 4.
333 hitter. Outside part of the plate is called a strike. Now 3-1. Derek Fox is on deck. But for now, with 2 down, it's Aritz Garcia, the leadoff batter. Runner goes inside, walked him.
Now batting for the Stompers.
While the Pacifics have had moments tonight, Alex, of great momentum, it's always been in some sort of an answer to the fine play of the Stompers, and the Stompers now have really owned the last couple of innings.
And there's a lot of baseball left.
True.
So they don't want to let this lead, if you're the Pacifics, get too far ahead.
Derek Fox now stands in and takes a breaking ball low, 1-0. Fox bunted to Boyd at third and back in the fourth, a strikeout in the second, but he had a single to right and a run scored back in the first. Fastball again away is called a strike, 1-1. That's a good pitch, and that's the only pitch that Lofgren's been consistent with. Jace Ray is on deck. Fox waggles the bat, and Kavanaugh blocks in the dirt. 2-1. Fox batting 172 with 6 RBIs coming into tonight's action. He's got 1 home run. And Jace Ray is on deck. 2 down. Lofgren just wants to end it right here. Chopper, third base side, foul, 2-2.
Tried to go up the ladder, and Fox chased. And the way Lofgren can pitch down below the zone, he's setting up a good off-speed pitch here.
Fox with that wide open stance. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed, and Lofgren is able to finish the deal as we await our super exciting Marin TV replay, which is coming up in just a moment. They left Jace Ray on deck, which is not a bad thing for the Pacifics, considering Ray has been knocking the ball over the yard. However, the Stompers did send 7 batters here in the top of the 5th and put another 2 on the board to make it 8-4. Michael Hoba will lead off for San Rafael. He'll be followed by Mike Orifice and Jeremy Williams in the bottom of the inning. And here's the replay of the pitch against Derek Fox.
What baseball team is the movie Major League all about?
And you'll notice that Fox swings and misses again.
Tickets to any movie at the San Rafael Film.
Oh, I love the replay. It's great. When we come back, bottom 5, Pacifics need to score runs. They need 4 of them. You're watching Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 San Rafael Pacifics. We'll be right back. Pacifics are down by a score of 8-4. Michael Hoba's going to lead things off, and Alex Swan takes the play-by-play.
And the first pitch to Hova is a ball. Pacifics have a little work to do here in the bottom of the fifth. They're down 4. Hova to Garcia. And just like that, there's one away in the inning.
That was a little too easy.
Now batting for your Pacifics.
And Garcia has settled down. The Pacifics got 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 in the third. But he was able to halt that in the fourth. And he retires Hova quickly. Here is Orphis. He's got the home run on Garcia. It's a big breaking ball, misses for ball 1.
How about that? Just a big rainbow. What a beautiful breaking ball that was.
The 1-0 is backed up by a fastball.
Yeah,
For a strike.
I was with you, Alex. I thought it was that first breaking ball. I thought it was in there for a strike.
Garcia's showing a lot of command. The 1-1 to Orifice is on the outside corner for strike 2. One-two to Orifice.
Oh.
And way high.
Some breaking balls are prettier than others.
And that one slipped out of Garcia's hand. Easy take for Orifice. Two is drilled to left. Coming in is the left fielder, Jones, and he puts it away.
For your Pacifics,
2 down.
Jeremy Williams. Jeremy is sponsored by Jackson's Hardware.
Jeremy Williams comes to the plate. He's got an RBI. 1 for 2 on the night.
Orifice has hit the ball hard a couple times tonight, including the big home run.
First pitch to Williams is a strike on the inside corner. He has. He's taking Garcia deep, and he hit that one right on the knob to Jones.
I'd like to see Williams hit another one hard like he did back in the third.
Big swing and a miss.
That was a powerful cut, but an equally powerful fastball.
0-2 to Williams now. Garcia fires and Williams fouls one back.
Kind of fought it off there. It seemed like at the last second he didn't know if it was going to be a strike or not, so just protect.
He's behind 0-2 in the dirt as Williams was able to lay off 1-2.
Williams' first at bat, Alex, as you remember back in the first inning, his very first at bat as a Pacific was a base hit to right field.
And he had the Pacifics in the midst of that rally in the first inning. 1-2 to Williams. He got him swinging. Garcia is now showing a lot of control. He shut down the Pacifics twice in back-to-back innings. Pacifics trail by 4. We're going to the top of the 6th. It's going to be Jones, Chenworth, and McAlpine, as you'll see the replay of Williams going down swinging.
And here it is. And Pacifics fans, you don't want to watch this. Well, that wasn't the final pitch, actually. A replay is usually of the final pitch. But in this case, you get the final 2 pitches. That's bonus coverage right here on Marin TV. Now the final pitch to Williams. Now, if you're a Pacifics fan, this is tough to watch. But you need to do it anyway. It's good for you. And there you go.
Oh, man.
All right, fans. Well, top of the 6th inning is coming up, and the Pacifics would love to mow them down 1-2-3, and then come back and go to work. We'll have it for you right here on Marin TV. An 8-4 ball game. Tomorrow night, Jerry Mathers will be here at the ballpark if you want to come down and meet the Beaver. I'm anxious to see if he looks the same. I doubt it.
Me too.
I mean, it's 50 years later. But it'll be fun to meet him, and we'll have him on the air. First pitch swinging, Ray to Hoba in right, one away. One pitch, one down, and Steve Renato will bat next.
Talking about a guy who's hit the ball hard tonight. It's been Ray and it's been Orifice.
Renato had a hit in the first to left, and then he duplicated the feat in the third, stole second, and ended up scoring. Renato squares to bunt and pulls up for an obvious ball. One away here in the top of the 6th inning. 11 hits tallied by the Stompers. 8 for the Pacifics. Changeup from Lofgren, and Renato takes 1-1. Kyle Jones is on deck. One away here in the Stompers' half of the 6th inning. Lofgren now on the outside part of the plate. It's scooped up by Kiriakos. A long throw to first. Got him! Barely. And it's a great stretch by Orifice over at first, Alex, and the naked eye could not tell.
That was close, and Kiriakos with his strong arm was just able to shoot Renato down in a great stretch, like you mentioned, by Mike Orifice at first.
Kyle Jones with 3 RBIs, batting .059 in 7 games, is 1 for 3 on the night. Fastball away, 1-0. Reed Chenworth is on deck, but 2 down here. As Lofgren is starting to warm up now. He's starting to get greased and throwing hard. The big lefty, inside corner, taken. Ball 2. Wow.
And Lofgren wanted that. Kavanaugh held that. Paint on the very outside corner, as into hope Garrett Wells would call that a strike, but that wasn't his zone.
A chopper over to first. Orifice has it, and then it's just a foot race back to the bag, and he beats Jones. So 3 unassisted, and the Pacifics are able to take the Stompers down 1-2-3. It'll be Matt Kavanaugh, Eric Boehner, and Evan Boyd coming up for the San Rafaels in the bottom of the 6th inning, 8-4, as we will be back in just a few minutes on Marin TV.
watching Marin TV. You're watching Marin TV.
Well, we're back, everybody, at Albert Park. The wind has died down considerably, although still gusting over that left field wall, but nothing like it was at the start of tonight's action. It was well over 25 and just howling through here. We're in the bottom of the sixth inning, and the Pacifics will be sending up Matt Kavanaugh, Eric Boehner, and Evan Boyd. Kavanaugh was so far very productive this year, batting .381 with 3 RBIs. But the Pacifics have some work to do. It'll be 6, 7, 8 hitters. They'll have some work to do trailing 8-4. Kavanaugh 0 for 2 on the night. Takes a fastball high. Ball 1. A strikeout victim looking in the first, and then a pop out to Garcia at short. Hard line drive over to first. Lunging for it is Stauff, 1 away.
Wow, what a pick. Not an easy play by Stauff, having to go towards the line, and it was hit hard by Kavanaugh. That was a nice play. Got to tip your cap, especially coming in for Gavlik as a utility infielder.
Just really superb range. Here's Eric Boehner. Just incredible range by Stauff. And Kavanaugh's absolutely robbed. Boehner 1 for 2 on the night. A hit back in the third. And he popped him up.
Folks, we have
and it's out onto Kirby Cove.
Misplaced their sunglasses. Please look around your seating area. And if
Nothing in 1 to Eric Boehner, the DH,
please turn them into guest
with Evan Boyd on deck.
The Pacific's got to find a way to get Garcia back in the stretch here.
And Jesse Garcia comes home with a fastball a little low, now 1-1. Boehner up the middle, diving, oh brother, to second, and the big dive by Derek Fox, but the throw to first is wide. On his way to second, standing, is Boehner, and the Pacifics have a hit, and the additional 90 feet is as a result of the poor throw by Derek Fox, which is very wide of the bag, and there's no way that Stauff could corral it.
Fox almost had a web gem. Full out dive, made the stop, throw went up the line and airmailed. Good speed for Boehner as well. But wow, I'm surprised Fox even got to that baseball.
Absolutely, it was up the middle. And somehow with just tremendous range, as you mentioned, but the back half of the play he couldn't handle. Here's Evan Boyd. Boyd takes a fastball, strike 1. Boyd is 0 for 2 on the night with a couple ground balls to Fox at second base. Fontaine is on deck. Boehner the runner at second. Now Garcia spins off the rubber and does not throw.
This is on TV. What channel?
Boyd batting .231, playing third base tonight, stands in. Chops one off the top of his foot.
Garcia,
Nothing in 2.
Got away with one there. Boyd is a good middle ball hitter, especially inside. And I thought Garcia got away with one.
You don't want to hang one to Boyd. He's proven he has power. Couple of home runs in the preseason. And here it is. 1-2. He's also proving that he has a good eye. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 8 hits, 8 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error for the Stompers. 4 hits, 4 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors for San Rafael. 1-2. Boyd stands in. Big curveball is flopped in there, and it's high. 2-2. So it landed in McAlpine's glove at the proper height, but where it crossed Boyd's hitting area, it was simply too high.
And that's a huge breaking ball. He takes a lot off of that.
Boyd stands in, batting .231. Here's the 2-2. Fly ball to left. To his right is Kyle Jones, and he's able to pick it up 2 away.
And right now, Boyd just can't buy a hit. He's gotten some decent bat on ball tonight, but right at infielders, and in that case, right at Kyle Jones.
Fontaine, who's 0 for 2 on the night, batting in the 9 hole. Looking to bring Boehner in from second. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Fontaine takes. Ball 1.
Fontaine can really pick up his teammate here if he can find an alley.
A base hit draws the Pacifics ever closer. Boehner at second base, and Fontaine takes a fastball 1-1. Strike called. Fontaine now steps out, calls time. Fontaine's the type of veteran that wants to establish the tempo of the game under his rules, not anybody else's. Boehner takes a healthy lead off a second. Garcia does not look him back at all. Curveball had Fontaine spinning out of the way. And the Stompers fans are loving it because that was a tremendous pitch, and it was called a strike.
And Fontaine's thinking about it. He thought it was coming in, and it tailed back over the plate.
And every once in a while you'll see that where a player steps way out or ducks down, and it's called a strike because it has such tremendous break. 1-2. Fastball off of his leg, and Fontaine will walk it off.
And right now, this is just not a fun at-bat for Fontaine. Got a chance to make Garcia pay, though.
Met Fontaine's mom and sister before the game last night. Of course, his grandmother, she was there as well, but with her, I'm well acquainted. To Fontaine, and a base hit into right field. This is going to score Boehner. Fontaine stops at first, and Chase Fontaine delivers.
And that's the veteran right there, finding a gap in between Fox and Stauff. The diving Fox couldn't get it, and that's a big 2-out hit.
5th RBI of the season for Chase. And Fontaine is now 1 for 3 on the night. Here's Kiriakos. 2 for 3 on the night. And 2 runs scored for the Pacific shortstop. Shortstop tonight. Every other game he started at second base. But Dan DePace had to mix up the defensive set. Fastball is high, 1-0. A throw over to first, and Fontaine's back. Zach Pace is on deck with 2 down. Seems like the Pacifics have been doing their best work with 2 down.
And that's what you want throughout the season, clutch 2-out hits.
Kiriakos batting 103 coming into tonight's action. Fastball is a little high, 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom, the Hova man at the top of the grandstand, has found a pair of sunglasses on the top of his head, but we're pretty sure those are not the ones we're looking for. Thank you, Tom.
8-5. 2-0 to Kiriakos.
Garcia was able to go 6 in his first start against the Vallejo Admirals, so that's about how many pitches and inning range he goes.
And he takes 3-0 now. Garcia just pours it in there, 3-1. And now Kiriakos has got to be looking fastball with Fontaine at first.
The way Kiriakos is making contact, hit and run wouldn't be a bad idea.
3-1. And he takes the fastball low and away. Walked him. Fontaine will move over to second base. And Alex, is that the first walk of the night for Garcia?
Yes. That's the first free pass.
Now a mound visit from Ray Serrano and the rest of the infield. It's 8-5, and as mentioned, all this has happened with 2 down.
And this is the guy you want at the plate right now, Pace. He's been hot. But not only tonight, this is something you want to set the tone within the whole season. 2-out hits are big. That can get a ball club going.
2 outs, and Fontaine was able to knock Boehner in. And now Kiriakos is able to walk, and they're going to leave Garcia out there. But Serrano has made the trip to the mound. And the next time he heads out there, then he must switch pitchers.
Now batting for your Pacifics.
And here's Zach Pace.
Zach attack. Zach Pace.
Pace with a couple hits on the night, a run scored, a stolen base. And Pace, with 2 runners on, is a likely candidate to knock somebody in. And first pitch swinging over to Fox at second, and he summarily retires Pace on a single pitch. So we will bring you the replay, courtesy of Marin TV, in just a moment. But Pace on one pitch ends the rally and the potential threat for the San Rafaels.
Fans, don't forget this.
As we await the arrival of the replay, it'll be Reed Chenworth, Thomas McAlpine, and Tommy Lyons coming up for Sonoma in this 8-5 matchup. And Alex, I am happy to report that we now are bringing you this replay of Zach Pace's one and only pitch. And there it is, over to Fox at second. So, we'll go top 7. It's still 8-5. Pacifics trail when we get back on Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics. We'll be right back.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Strict Law, representing the injured throughout the San Francisco Bay Area since 1980.
For providing all of our recycling needs.
Top 7 here at Albert Park. Stompers lead it 8-5. Lofgren is still in there. And it will be Reed Chenworth to lead things off. He's 2 for 3 on the night with a double and a single to right field.
Leading off the top of the 7th.
That gets by Kavanaugh.
Reed Chenworth.
Stompers took the first series when these two teams matched up. 1-0 to Chenworth is hit hard. Diving his orifice, and he's got it. And he robs Chenworth of extra bases. So Lofgren's going to tip his cap, and there's a lot of you the mans going on right about now.
Ball down at first base.
And that was one heck of a play by Orifice. One down. And McAlpine will step into the box.
McAlpine.
He's 0 for 3. As the lefty, Lofgren, deals to McAlpine, and he fouls it straight back. He's a big burly guy, and he can get into one. Batted .328 last year in El Paso as he played in the Grand Prairie League in AA as he takes low. One down in the inning. Lofgren takes a long look into Kavanaugh. Now he's ready. As this is popped up. Could be playable for Boyd in foul territory, and he makes the grab. So a nice play by Evan Boyd, and there's 2 down in the top of the 7th.
Now batting for Sonoma, number 10, Tommy Lyons.
Seems like Boyd is still becoming accustomed to the third base position. Normally the shortstop for the Pacifics, but with Fontaine coming in from left, Williams taking the place of Fontaine out there, then Kiriakos moving to short from second, Boyd had to move over to third in place of Troy Zawadski, who was released by the team earlier today.
Here's Tommy Lyons.
And I have a feeling this is going to be the new infield, Alex.
It's worked so far.
It has.
The 2 errors haven't been within any of the infielders as they've taken on new positions. As that misses a little low. Lofgren wanted it at the knees. It's 2-0.
There was a play back in the first inning when the sun really got into the eyes of Boyd at third base.
There's nothing you could do about that.
Well, on a day where there was no sun, I think he would have made the play.
Oh, absolutely.
That's my point.
And he looks comfortable out there. Kiriakos has got plenty of range, as we have seen at second. He seems like he has no problems at short. And then Fontaine, who originally came here in 2012, he knows how to play second base as well. 2-1 pitch is high. It's going to be 3-1 to Kyle Jones. Excuse me, Tommy Lyons. This is fisted out. Kiriakos has got a beat on it. He'll put it away. Side retired in order for Chuck Lofgren. Pacifics will send up Michael Hova, Orifice, and Williams. In the bottom of the 7th, we'll have the replay here on CMCM TV.
As you can see, the Drake, that of course is the Pacific's mascot. The Drake is doing the take me out to the ball game dance, and the kids just love the Drake. When the Drake walks through the grandstands, he's just mauled by tons of little kids. And here's the Marin TV replay. Now, ask yourself, viewers, do you remember what happened?
Nice job, fans.
And that's right. It was a pop-up to Kyriakos. All right, when we come back.
Thank you to the Tommy Lions fan club.
Well, you never know. It looks like it's going to be Gary Stauff. And then the top of the order. Pardon me. No, it's not. It's going to be Michael Hova, Mike Orifice, and Jeremy Williams. Right, it's getting cold out here.
Dude, it's getting real cold.
It's freezing out here. The wind's really howling. Bottom of the 7th is coming up on Marin TV. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're back at Albert Park with this 8-5 advantage for the visiting Sonoma Stompers. Michael Hova stands in and takes ball 1. And now very high for ball 2, 2-0. The Stompers have called it a night for Garcia and Yuki Sakama. The left-hander has come in his place. And Sakama starts Hova off 3-0.
And he's got a little wild hair up his nose. We saw him in the first matchup against the Pacifics. He came in a relief spot.
And Hova takes a fastball, and now it's 3-1. And Sakama pours one in straight across the knees. And Hova goes deep to center, all the way to the warning track, but Jace Ray tracks it down one away.
And he came right in to Hova, and he got all of it. The wind seemed like it's not carrying as much nearly as it was early in the ball game, and Ray was able to get a good beat on it.
Orifice 1 for 3 on the night with one away and nobody on. When I say 1 for 3, I mean, that one was a big one. It was a long fly ball into the night sky over the right field wall. Curve ball, taken, strike 1 First breaking ball that Sakama has thrown. And he really had Orifice fooled. Broken bat to short, barehanded, and Orifice beats it out as Aritz Garcia could not handle it on the barehand. It got cold fingers, and he just couldn't grasp the ball. So on the second pitch, Orifice
Now batting for your Pacifics,
to first base, and here's Jeremy Williams.
That was going to be a tough play for Garcia. He was playing at the end of the grass. He had to come charging in and couldn't make the barehanded play. Good speed with Orifice, too.
Jeremy Williams is 1 for 3 on the night with a fly ball and a strikeout. His hit came back in the first inning, his very first at-bat as a Pacific, to right field with 1 on and 1 out. And it's outside, and McAlpine has a mound visit with Sakama, 1-0. Tomorrow night, the Pittsburgh Metal will be in town. The first of a 3-game set against the Pacifics. Not televised. Radio only on PacificsBaseball.com. Williams batting .333.
That's a big series with the Metal. They're kind of struggling in the beginning, only at 1-6. But Pacifics need to take care of some business with them.
Fouled back to the screen now, 1-1. And that one was against San Rafael just last week when the Pacifics met the Metal in a 2-game series and split it. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jeremy Williams. Sakama to first, and Orifice is back standing.
I was almost close to a balk. He came on the proper side of that 45-degree angle as he stepped towards first base, but that was close.
Sakama pushing the limits. Fouled back to the screen again. 1-2 now to Williams. Just 1 down here, and Orifice at first. Horn and Swan together again on Marin TV. We'll be back Tuesday night for another telecast. Sakama to first. Williams ready in the dirt. Running on the play is Orifice, and the throw down to second. Orifice has it stolen easy. It gets into center field, and he'll move over to third base. Heads up base running. A poor throw from McAlpine. And Orifice popped up at the bag at second and turned on the afterburners to get to first base.
And that ball didn't get too far away from McAlpine. Orifice with good speed took advantage of it, was able to scoot down to second, and I don't know if McAlpine really needed to throw down as he rushed it and it airmailed.
You're absolutely right. 2-2. Williams strokes it into right field, and coming in on the run is Reed Chenworth. He makes the play, but Orifice comes in to score. And Williams with an RBI.
Williams gets the job done, but that was a heck of a play by Chenworth. That ball was smoked into right field. Chenworth had the in-between, should I slide or should I stay on my feet? And he had to go down to one knee, and he was able to make the catch.
That was a great sliding catch. Matt Cavanaugh with 2 away now. Orifice has come all the way around. It's 8-6.
What we've seen, though, from Jeremy Williams has been bright, though.
Yeah, you're not kidding. A hit, couple RBIs, sacrifice. Sakama comes home. Ooh. A late call by the umpire, 1-1. Kavana batting .381 with 3 RBIs. Kavanaugh. It's where you, which
The pronunciation
which
almost looks
syllable
like that.
you want to put the emphasis on, but I'm sure he prefers Kavanaugh. Boehner's on deck. 2-1. 2 away. And a fly ball to right, and it gets down to base hit. Chenworth scoops it up, and Kavanaugh's aboard. And the Pacifics are hitting the ball off Sakama.
And Sakama tried to climb the ladder.
For your Pacific,
Kavanaugh, a good high fastball hitter,
Eric
sends it
Baker.
into right field, able to find a little hole.
Eric Boehner batting .333. He's 2 for 3 on the night. Has a run scored back in the 6th inning.
Boehner's going to earn himself some more playing time this season.
I think you're right. DHing tonight. Low and away. Good eye by Boehner. 1-0. Evan Boyd, the third baseman, is on deck. It's an 8-6 ball game. The Pacifics hanging so tough. Pacifics actually have 1 hit more. And it's popped up to third. And now it's above the lights. And diving for it is McAlpine and Renato, and neither guy can get it.
And I think McAlpine lost that in the lights.
He
That
did.
was skied.
It got above the lights. The light standards here at Albert Park are kind of low, actually. And when the ball gets above them, it's into the darkness of night for quite a while. Then when it reappears, it's coming down so quickly that, in this case, the third baseman, Steve Renato, just couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, McAlpine had lost it as well, and it fell right between those two guys, 1-1. Boehner has new life. Kavanaugh, the runner at first, popped him up. And it lands in Kirby Cove. 1-2. I'll tell you what, Alex. If that hit that light standard right above us,
Oh, we were toast.
we could have really been nailed. And it just missed it. 1-2. Boehner stands in. And he strokes it into left field, a base hit. It's at the base of the wall. Around second and on his way to third is Kavanaugh. Here he's turning third on the way in. Here's the throw. Kavanaugh save.
And that allows Boehner to go to third.
8-7.
And so Boehner continues his hot hitting, goes down the left field line with the solid swing. Jones was giving him a lot of the field towards that left field line.
Number 1 for Eric
And
Baker.
Kavanaugh was on his horse and was able to score and beat out the throw from Garcia.
That's the 13th hit for the San Rafaels. Boehner turned on it and just stroked it into the corner just below the 320 marker out on the left field wall. And that could be the end of Sakama. Ray Serrano with a mound visit. There is some action going on in Sonoma's bullpen.
And
Likewise with San Rafael.
And once again, another clutch 2-out hit tonight.
Boehner's going to be given a double. And then advanced the additional
Now batting for your
90 feet
17, Evan Boyd.
on the throw from left field by Jones. And here's Evan Boyd. Boyd's over 3 on the night. He's really due. Batting .231.
Do a lot for his confidence, too.
Playing third base for the first time with the Pacifics this year. And he takes strike 1. Chase Fontaine is on deck. And the Pacifics would love to get Boyd aboard. Curveball is outside, 1-1. Fastball away. 2-1.
Boyd showing good patience here at the plate. Realizes he has an RBI opportunity.
231 hitting Boyd. Low, 3-1, and a good eye. And if he walks him, I got to believe Sakama's gone.
I believe you're right. I think this is his last batter.
They've got the left-handed hitting Fontaine coming up, but it looks like they have a right-hander up in the Stompers bullpen. So maybe Sakama would see Fontaine as well. And this is fouled back to the parking lot. Full count.
He got a good pitch to hit.
It only makes sense that if Boyd does get on base, that Sakama would face Fontaine. The lefty-on-lefty matchup. But we'll see. Here's the 3-2. 2 down. A 1-run ball game. Fouled off a home plate. We'll do it again. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Boyd stands in a huge moment. Pacific's got a little something going with 2 runs in. Another foul ball.
Just got a piece of that. He's battling, though. Giving Sakama a tough at-bat.
8th pitch coming up from Sakama to Boyd. Boehner, the tying run at third base. Over to first. And it gets past everybody. It goes off of the chest of Derek Fox. And Boehner comes in to tie the game. They're going to give Boyd a base hit.
And good things happen when you battle. Boyd stayed with it, took Sakama to 8 pitches, found a little hole. Fox had it kick up off his chest, and that's what you need if you're Evan Boyd right there.
And as I suspected, Sakama is going to face Chase Fontaine. But it's 8 apiece now. The Pacifics have answered with 4 runs in the last 2 innings after being down 8-4. Sakama, fastball to Fontaine. Swung on and missed, strike 1. The lefty-on-lefty matchup favoring the pitcher.
And so that saves Conroy from getting the loss.
You're absolutely right. The Pacifics managed to bring it all the way back. 8-8. Sakama over to first, and Boyd is back. Boyd with the big RBI to tie it with 2 down. In fact, a lot has happened with 2 down. If you remember way back, Kavanaugh with a single to right. He came around to score after Boehner with the double. Knocked him in. Sliced down the third base line, just foul. 0-2 to Fontaine. Fontaine with 1 home run. Batting 154 coming into tonight's action. Kyriakos is on deck. The lefty, Sakama, is still out there. Fontaine with 5 RBIs on the season. But he's going to have to do something miraculous to get one here, because his only runner is at first base. And that's Evan Boyd. And now that it's 8 up, I suspect we may see Colin Allen at some point tonight. Here's the 8-8. Runner goes. Throw down to second. And they got him. So Evan Boyd.
And Boyd's hacked off. I don't think they got him.
Evan Boyd is really letting Kevin Duffy have it. He's chasing him down.
And he's got a case because Aritz Garcia came over to cover, and it didn't even look like he fielded cleanly and was able to get the tag in time. Boyd's 6'4". He had long strides, and he's got a long slide as well. And he was hacked off, and I think he had a good case.
So Dan DePace even went out after Tyler Spencer, the assistant coach, went out to argue, but then DePace went out to argue it even further. Well, the good news is that Chase Fontaine had 2 strikes on him when Boyd was caught stealing, so Fontaine will lead off when the Pacifics bat next, and that'll be in the bottom of the 8th. In the top of the 8th inning, it'll be Gary Stauff, Aritz Garcia, and Derek Fox when we come back on Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics. We'll be right back.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Strict Law, representing the injured throughout the San Francisco Bay Area since 1980.
Gary Stauff is going to lead things off for the Stompers. It's an 8-8 ball game. And my trusty sidekick, Alex Swan, on the play-by-play.
Lofgren still hanging in there. Stauff with a half-hearted swing there as he was fooled 0-1.
You're not kidding.
He had a base hit in the left field in the 5th inning. Pacifics have battled back. They had 1 in the 6th, and they scored 3 more in the 7th to tie it at 8 apiece. It will be Stauff, Garcia, and Fox, as this is a huge shutdown inning for Chuck Lofgren. 1-1 to Stauff. As a slider is in there on the inside part of the plate for strike 2. Stauff came in for Gavlik to replace at first base, as that hit him on the left part of his leg, and Lofgren loses him 1-2, and Stauff is on.
First hit batter of the night. Not a good time to do it.
And so Lofgren's going to be in the stretch, and that immediately gives the signal to the bullpen from Jesse Smith for Chris Rice to get warm. Fontaine has a quick word with Lofgren at the mound, and he's probably telling him, this is your at-bat. This is your batter here. And Garcia's been a tough out for the Pacifics. Lofgren will be in the stretch. Garcia is ready. As the lefty looks in. Garcia showing bunt. And he takes a ball. Stauff started to go a little bit and then bluffed back as Kavanaugh got out of his crouch. One and 0 to Garcia. He's 2 for 3 on the night as he takes wide 2-0. Sonoma has answered every rally the Pacifics have thrown at them. Pacifics have never led. They've battled back to tie the game. Boyd in at third. Orifice holding on. Stauff as the 2-0 pitch is a strike to Garcia. Outfield straight away. Lofgren really slowing this tempo down as he checks on Stauff. Derek Fox is on deck. Kiriakou shades a little bit towards the bag at second base. As Lofgren's ready. The 2-1 is very high. Runner goes late, and Kavanaugh sends one way high, but Fontaine, backing up the play, was able to control that ball from getting into center field. But Stauff steals it easily, and he's in scoring position now for Garcia. It's 3-1 to Aritz Garcia. And he fouls it straight back. Full. Lofgren looking in. Here's the payoff to Garcia. And it's in the dirt, and he walked him.
Well, that was a huge moment in the game. Now he's got himself in another hole. Just as the Pacifics battle back and tie it. And DePace has got to make a move here because Lofgren just does not have it.
And it's going to be Chris Rice coming in. Fox will be at the plate. And as Rice comes in to relieve Lofgren, we're going to take a quick break here. You're watching the 2014 coverage of the San Rafael Pacifics here on CMCM TV.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Good Earth, dedicated to the health and sustainability of our community since 1969.
So Chris Rice is ready. Infield's in. Fox squares the bunt, now pulls the bat back. They're going to third. They got him at third. And it was a great play there by Kyriakos. He was able to get the lead runner, Stauff. As Fox was showing bunt, he pulled the bat back.
Ray.
And that's a big out, as the first out is retired. And this will bring up Jace Ray. Two for three on the night. As the first pitch is a fastball. Right in for a strike. 0-1. Ray flied out to Hova, his last at bat. Garcia at second. Fox at first. Good speed at both bags. And the 0-1 to Ray just misses. One to Ray. He's burned the Pacifics this whole series. Runners go. The throw down to third is wild. Boyd's got to dive to make the catch to keep it from going to left field. Fox started to go. He went back to first. Garcia steals third.
Boy, that was a near disaster. If Boyd wasn't so tall and able to catch that throw from Kavanaugh that was way wide to the third base bag, the run would have scored.
That's Garcia's fourth stolen base on the year. Now this becomes a huge pitch for Chris Rice. And he's going to check over on Fox. Garcia bluffed as he was thinking about starting for home. Orifice well aware. It's 1-2 to Ray. There's one down in the inning. Tied at 8. Here's the pitch, and it's tapped foul. They'll do it again. Ray's still alive. Infield at double play depth. Boyd in at third. Rice at the belt. And a little bit up and away. 2-2 to Ray.
Good look at the Redwood Credit Union scoreboard.
Rice pitching for the strikeout. It's 2-2. It's in the dirt. Fox started to go, and he backtracked, and now he'll make his way to second as he got caught in between, but the throw was in the dirt, so there will be no throw from Kavanaugh.
Well, I think Fox is lucky because he did not get a good jump. Then he thought about it again, and if Kavanaugh had taken the pitch cleanly, he'd have had him by a mile. It would have, though, exposed home plate for Garcia to potentially score, but all of that is for naught.
And the 3-2 pitch to Ray is up and away. He had a base to play with since Fox took second, but now they are loaded. And Renato, who's been hot and who's beaten the Pacifics multiple occasions tonight, now steps into the box with them loaded and the game tied.
Ronaldo.
2 for 4 on the night. Is Renato singled in the first, singled in the third, and he stole second, and that's when Kavanaugh's throw went into center field. He went to third and later on came in to score. First pitch to Renato is a strike.
Rice has this type of flair for the dramatic. That is walking Ray, the 3-hole hitter, just to get to Renato, the cleanup batter.
High fly ball in the infield. Orifice has got a beat on it. He'll put it away, and Garcia thought about it. And he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, not for long he didn't.
And a huge out there
Now batting for
as Rice was able to go right after Renato.
Jones.
Imperative that Rice gets the job done here. He's got to get Jones, the batter, at this point, and give the Pacifics a chance to go ahead for the first time tonight. And wouldn't that be a great story if they could only get it done?
It'd be huge momentum.
First things first.
First pitch to Kyle Jones is fouled straight back and out of play. Kyle Jones has got an RBI, and he scored a run on the night. On 1 to Jones is outside. Garcia at third, Fox at second, and Ray is at first. It's Rice battling Jones. 1-1 pitch is very high, 2-1. Two 1 to Jones. Is in there. First strike, 2. Rice came in for Lofgren in the middle of this inning. 2-2. Got him! Rice comes in. He does the job. Keeps the game tied at 8. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. Pacifics are going to try to take the lead. It's going to be Fontaine, Kyriakos, and Pace.
Fans, we want to remind you
there will be no replay,
is the number one way to get to a
and we will be right back. This is the coverage of the 2014 San Rafael Pacifics on CMCM TV.
You're watching Marin TV.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Tamalpais Union High School District Community Education.
You're watching Marin TV.
Well, we're back at Albert Park. And in the bottom of the 8th inning, Chase Fontaine will lead off for San Rafael. An 8-8 ball game. The Pacifics have battled back to tie it now on 3 separate occasions tonight. Fontaine is facing Daniel Castillo, kind of a sidewinder. Drops very low. Right-hander. And he lifts one to right field, and coming in is Chenworth. And Chenworth has it 1 away.
Now batting for your Pacifics, number 1, David Kiriakos.
And Kiriakos now. Who's 2 for 3 on the night with a walk and a fly ball. Stands in against Castillo and a fastball. Actually, that looked more like a slider, the break at the end. Is called a strike. Zach Pace is on deck.
Castillo drops way down, and it's tough arm angle.
Kiriakos, a line drive into left field, a base hit. And with 1 away, Kiriakos delivers. And here's Zach Pace.
3 knocks tonight for Kiriakos, and he's coming out of that slump right now.
Yeah, he really turned on that pitch. And Dan DePace comes down and talks to Pace. No relation. Pace and DePace.
Kiriakos with great speed at first, too. Castillo doesn't throw very hard.
Think Pace is going to bunt here? I'd say it's a pretty good bet. Kiriakos away from first. And Castillo lobs it over to first just to let him know that he's thinking about him. Stauff is holding Kiriakos close. Pace does square and pulls up, takes for a strike. Kind of had that feeling that be a good time to sacrifice Kiriakos over. You've got Hoba coming up. And then, of course, tonight's surprise slugger, Orifice. After that, Pace squares again and pulls up, this time a ball, though. And it's 1-1.
And with Castillo's momentum carrying him off the mound, if Pace lays down a bunt, it's going to be tough for him to field if he needs to make a play.
Runner goes, Pace squares, pulls up, the throw is there, got him!
And here comes DePace again, and I'm not sure that Duffy had a great angle on it because they tagged him up near his shoulders. Kiriakos went headfirst into the bag, and he might have gotten underneath the tag. And DePace is saying that's 2 you missed.
And DePace has a legitimate beef. Kiriakos went into the bag at second, head first, and the tag was applied between the shoulder blades. Well, that's not taking into account his outstretched arms. And I think Dan DePace runs out on the field and says, Kiriakos, you don't leave that bag, stay there. And then went and argued with the field umpire, Kevin Duffy.
Duffy's having a tough night.
Pace now lines one into left field, and slipping and falling is Kyle Jones out in left field. And had Kiriakos been safe on the prior play, that could have been the go-ahead run right there.
That's huge.
It's huge.
That's a big call in this ball game, especially in this juncture. Pace comes through, though, and the way the Pacifics have been hitting with 2 outs, this inning's far from over.
2 down, Hoba, the batter. Pace, the runner at first. And he's so fast, it's like having a runner at second. Almost. Hoba takes, outside for ball 1. Mike Orifice on deck. 8-8 ball game. Castillo now. Looks Pace back and a fastball, tails back in. 1-1. Michael Hoba, the everyday right fielder for Dan DePace. Had a hit and an RBI back in the first inning. 1 for 4 on the night. And a check swing, and it gets away from McAlpine and down to second. Scurries Zach Pace.
And it gets under McAlpine's glove as he couldn't handle the slider. And so Kiriako's thrown out, trying to go to second. Pace gets to second, and a chance for Hova to knock him in, and that would be huge.
Hoba now with a runner in scoring position, 2 down. The Pacifics have been absolutely deadly with the 2 down tonight. They've done the majority of their damage, including coming back down 8-5, and now they're going to put Hoba on base just to get to Mike Orifice. Well, Orifice has the only home run of the night, and that was over the right field wall back in the 3rd inning. So the first intentional walk to Michael Hoba all season. And the Stompers sort of needed to do that to keep the 3rd out alive at any base.
Keeps a force in play, and they have a lot of respect for Hova. And they'll put him on, but the guy on deck, Orifice, is hot too. And anytime you're a batter and you see the man ahead of you get intentionally walked to get to you, you're a little offended. You're a little ticked off. You want to make that other team pay.
Ray Serrano now has made his way out to the mound, the manager of the Stompers. And Castillo's done. And they'll be sending the signal to the bullpen to bring in yet another pitcher to face Mike Orifice. And as you might expect, it's a lefty. It looks like Eric Schwieger, who pitched last night, and he'll get some work tonight. When we come back right here on Marin TV, we will have Schwieger's chance to keep the Pacifics at bay. It's 8 apiece. We'll be right back. Orifice the batter. Eric Schwieger in place of Castillo with 2 down. Pace at second, the go-ahead run. Orifice takes up high, ball one. Jeremy Williams, the new guy, on deck. Bottom of the 8th inning, and it's all tied up. Michael Hoba, the runner at first. But it's pace at second that matters. The curveball taken, and now McAlpine's going to run out for a quick mound visit with Schweiger. 2-0 on Orifice. They intentionally walked Michael Hoba to get the force. But now Schweiger is going to have to throw strikes.
And I think McAlpine just told him, you want to be careful.
Yeah, Orifice already has 1 home run tonight. Ooh. Oh! A high fastball is called a strike, and I'm surprised. That was awfully close to the shoulders.
The way Wells has been calling the low ball strike, he really expanded high up in the zone for that one. Orifice didn't agree.
Pace taking a huge lead off a second. He's a bona fide steal threat. Fastball is poured in, 2-2. Schweiger is 1 strike away from getting his team out of it. Orifice needs to swing the bat. And he does. And it's a line drive to short. Aritz Garcia knocks it down, stays with it. Underhands it to the covering Derek Fox, and Orifice cannot help the team in this case. So we remain 8-8 as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Coming up for the Sonoma Stompers will be Reed Chenworth, Thomas McAlpine, and Tommy Lyons. And we're awaiting the arrival of our Marin TV replay, which I suspect is coming up in just a moment. But it's this is an exciting ball game, and here's the replay. And not one that Pacifics fans are going to be too anxious to see, as it really killed their threat to go ahead late in the game. And you can see Orifice sort of reach for it there, but as it turns out, the shortstop, Aritz Garcia, was in perfect position and manufactured a pretty decent play there. So, top 9 coming up. We'll be right back on Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics.
Tailgate Thursday.
You're watching Marin TV. You're watching Marin TV.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Strict Law, representing the injured throughout the San Francisco Bay Area since 1980.
All right, well, Reed Chenworth will lead off here in the top of the 9th inning. He takes up and away for ball 1. And Rice, still on the mound, deals. and pours a strike in there. And it's 1-1, an 8-8 ball game, and the Pacifics, they're in the bottom of the 8th inning, had their chance. And their visions of making a big move were thwarted by Kevin Duffesey, the field umpire. And Dan DePace was really upset with Duffesey, and I think with good reason. And Kyriakos went hard into second base, head first, and he was clearly safe. The 1-2 delivery is swung on and missed, just fouled back to the screen. That's the wide shot there of Mike Orphis in the foreground. Chase Fontaine out at second base. Rice, the tall lefty. And Reed Chenworth, the leadoff batter, strokes it into right field, a base hit.
We went after him with the fastball in the previous pitch, up high around the letters, and then he set up his slider well, but Chenworth was sitting on it.
For Sonoma, 25.
Thomas McAlpine,
McAlpine.
who is officially 0 for 3 on the night with a walk, a strikeout, a pop-out, and a ground-out. So he's gotten out just about every conceivable way. He did walk back in the first inning on 4 pitches. Nobody out. He squares, and McAlpine bunts back to the screen. And I doubt that McAlpine gets a lot of practice bunting. He's not a bunt type player.
Not at all, and it's tough to bunt the high fastball, especially how hard Rice throws.
And he's going to get a steady diet of the high hard cheese. And here's the 0-1, and he lays this one down, and it's fouled again off of home plate. And I doubt very seriously he's going to try that again. 0-2. To McAlpine. Tommy Lyons, the DH, is on deck, but the 7-hole hitter McAlpine stands in, looks down to the third base coach's box. Ray Serrano sends in the sign. Here's the 0-2. Low and away, 1-2. Reed Chenworth, the runner at first base, after the single to right. Fastball is away, 2-2 to McAlpine. Pretty chilly out here, and I don't know if that has any effect on Rice, who seems to be throwing hard. Got the shirt sleeves. And now a timeout is called at the last instant as Rice had begun his motion.
And Chenworth was taken off, too. So that just tipped off his move.
McAlpine stands back in. Here's the 2-2. And it's slapped down the third base line and hits the Redwood Credit Union scoreboard. And they might have to replace a panel because it really hit it hard. Sixth pitch of the at-bat coming up from Rice to McAlpine. McAlpine batting .250 coming into tonight's action with a couple of RBIs, so he's capable. Chenworth, the runner at first. Here's the 2-2. Check swing. And no swing. 3-2.
So he goes from 0-2 to 3-2. And that was a tough pitch to lay off of a great slider from Rice.
3-2.
Now he's gonna have to challenge him.
Tommy Lyons on deck. Here's Rice. And he throws to first. And Chenworth is back.
Hey, we still got some
3-2.
loyal fans here.
Yeah, the Pacifics fans having a blast with the Drake. Here's a 3-2. Fought off again. Oh, McAlpine's a tough customer. And the wind's kicking back up. It has been very calm the last 2 innings, but now the wind is just howling back through here. And the American flag out there in left center field is standing up again. Thought it was asleep for the night, but no such luck. McAlpine stands in, full count, runner goes. Fisted over to third. Boyd's got it. He goes the long way to first, but Chenworth is aboard at second, and McAlpine is the first out.
So it is a productive out. McAlpine was trying to get Chenworth to second all along. And now Rice is going to have to work with the runner in scoring position.
Yep, that's all he was trying to do. You're absolutely right.
Your attention, please.
So Tommy Lyons,
For Sonoma,
check it, not Tommy Lyons.
Matt Marquise.
Matt Marquise will bat in place of Tommy Lyons, the DH.
And Marquise leads the Stompers in runs batted in. Got to be careful with them.
Chenworth now at second. Marquise stands in and a fastball's high. It's not that Rice has been wild, he just hasn't shown precise command. One and 0. Marquise takes a fastball, and that falls in 1-1. Pacific's just dying to get to the bottom of the ninth, if at all possible. With the score tied, that is. Marquise, the righty, flares one right side. Foul, 1-2.
Marquise a little late on that swing. Rice has got him where he wants him, though. He can go to his slider, or he can go with more hard stuff.
Here's the 1-2. Chenworth away from second. Marquise takes up, 2-2. It seemed like an easy take, a little too easy.
We changed the eye level. He went high fastball. Now he could go down below the zone.
Just one out. Rice looks Chenworth back. And it's outside. The count is full again. And Rice is throwing a lot of pitches. He threw 8 to McAlpine after throwing 4 to Chenworth.
Kirshner is in the bullpen. That last pitch, though, very close. Marquis with a tough take.
Full count. Got him swinging.
He goes to the slider. And Marquis swung over the top of it, and that was a huge out there by Chris Rice.
Gary Stauff now with 2 away and a runner in scoring position. That's Chenworth. Aritz Garcia is on deck. And Kavanaugh wants to talk to Rice.
And they're talking about how they want to attack Stauff here. They don't want to see Garcia, who's on deck. But Stauf does have a base hit coming in for Gavlik here.
Stauf, the right-hander, was hit by a pitch back in the 8th inning. And he pops it straight up and out to McCovey Cove. Kirby Cove. The other cove. That's Kirby Cove. It would be an awfully long foul ball to get to McCovey Cove. I wasn't thinking about the cove as much as I was thinking about that ball hitting the light standard immediately above us. That one strike
I had
on
that
him.
thought.
And now back to the screen, and very quickly Rice is ahead in the count, 0-2. Stauf had a hit in the 5th. That's when he came in place of T.J. Gavlik.
So they're deep in their first base compartment because Gavlik looked like he got hurt, and Carranza got hurt in game 1 of this series, so now they're down to Stauf.
Yeah. Here's the 0-2. And I'm not sure where it missed. It must have missed a little low.
Stu, I couldn't tell you where that missed.
1-2. And the fans are really barking at.
He's called the low strike.
Yeah, Garrett Wells, because he's been calling the low one all night.
Gotta stay consistent.
Here's the 1-2 from Rice. Chenworth still at second. Got him.
Maybe a little bit of a make-up call there.
Maybe.
But you know what? If it was close enough and you can get it right, Garrett Wells did just that.
Bottom of the 9th inning is coming up. Of course, we're awaiting the replay on that last pitch, which is going to be a really good one if you're a Pacifics fan to watch. And the Pacifics with a chance to send everyone home very happy here in the bottom of the 9th. It's going to be the 5, 6, 7 hitters. Check it. I'm right. 5, 6, 7. Williams, Kavanaugh, and Boehner as we show you the replay of that beautiful punch-out by Rice. Bang, baby. See you later. And we'll be back with the bottom of the 9th on Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics right here on Marin TV. Be right back.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Strict Law, representing the injured throughout the San Francisco Bay Area since 1980.
Jeremy Williams will lead things off for the San Rafaels in the bottom of the 9th.
Sponsored by Jackson's
He takes low for a ball. And it looks like a new pitcher is in there for Sonoma. Pardon me. No, it's still Schwieger. The big left-hander. Williams, 1-1. And he skies one 1.5 miles high right over the second base bag. Derek Fox, falling down right behind the bag, is able to corral it one away. Well, that wasn't an easy play for the second baseman, Fox.
We started to do the pop-up dance, and it got up above those lights. and he was able to come down with it. Not an easy play. Williams skied that.
Matt Kavanaugh, batting .381, coming into tonight's action, but more importantly, his last at bat, he smoked one into right field and a run scored. Fastball from Schweiger is swung on and missed, strike one. Boehner's on deck. Lefty on lefty. And it's across the knees. 0-2. And Schweiger knows it. That he has the advantage. Oh, 2 to Kavanaugh. High. 1-2. 381 is Kavanaugh with 3 RBIs. One, two. Big curveball is very high. 2-2. It's a handful of hardcore Pacifics fans left in the house as Kavanaugh K's 2 away.
Now batting for your Pacifics, 14, Eric Boehner.
So Eric Boehner, and as Boehner comes up, so does the wind over that left field wall, and the right-hander Boehner could launch it over that wall, batting .333. And a fastball gets away from McAlpine. Ball one. Boehner with a 3-hit night, 2 runs scored. Boyd on deck. The Pacifics a tremendous 2-out team. They've done a ton of damage tonight, all with 2 outs. And he turned on it nicely. He just got under it a little bit. And coming in to field it cleanly is Kyle Jones at third, and it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the ninth. So we're going extras for the first time this year. And the Sonomas will be sending up Aritz Garcia and Derek Fox and Jace Ray. And it's the top of the 10th inning, an 8-8 game. We'll be right back.
You're watching Marin TV. You're watching Marin TV.
Extra inning baseball here at Albert Park. Top of the 10th we go. And it's going to be Michael Kirshner to come in to the ball game and relieve Chris Rice. Kirshner, a right-hander. And the word got through by Matt Montero to Mike Shapiro, that Kirshner had some good stuff. They checked him out in the Sonoma tryout, and he struck out all 3 batters convincingly. He throws in the low 90s. And he pitched extremely well in spring training. So he's in the ball game. He's going to face the top of the order, starting with Aritz Garcia.
Kirshner in 4 innings has given up 3 hits, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks. And he's just had the 1 outing, which was kind of tough on him. And, you know, those tough outings really are not a fair indication when you're talking about ERA this early in the season, but it currently is at 9.
The second pitch to Garcia. Misses for ball 2. (2-0) pitch to Garcia is low, 3-0. Garcia has a stolen base on the night, a couple of walks, and 2 hits. Kirshner does not want to put him on. It's 3-0. And he comes in with a strike. Three and 1 to Garcia. And he swings and misses at a fastball. As Kirshner climbed the ladder a little bit.
How about that?
Battles back from 3-0.
First extra inning game of the season. But I guarantee it won't be the last. But 8-8. A lot of stuff going on tonight.
Here's the payoff to Garcia. And we're going to get an appeal down to first that he went around. And they throw down to first and record the first out of this inning. So Garrett Wells didn't give a definitive call.
For Sonoma, Derek Fox.
But they said Garcia.
That was a strange play, wasn't it? Because it was kind of a half-hearted check swing that got away from Kavanaugh for a second.
There's ball 1 to Fox. And now I'm starting to wonder if Kavanaugh didn't field strike 3 cleanly, and if it was originally across the plate, he had to throw down to first. That could have been another outcome.
I thought it was ball 4.
Popped up, out of play. Boyd will give chase, and so does Kavanaugh. It's on to Anderson Drive, 1-1. Fox is 1 for 4. Scored the second run of the ball game in the first inning. The 1-1 is high and away. Boyd in a step at third and hugging the line as the 2-1 to Fox is in tight. So Kirshner's behind 3-1. Fox also has good speed. Jace Ray awaiting on deck. The 3-1. And he walked him.
Tough luck right there.
So now here's Jace Ray.
Now batting for the Stompers, Jace Ray.
And he was the man who hit the double to left center field in the first inning to score Fox and Garcia. One for 3 on the night. with 3 RBIs. He's got a sac fly as well. As they check on Fox at first. It's all Kirshner this inning. Nobody warming up in the bullpen. If he's going to get the Pacifics to the bottom of the 10th tied, it's going to be all on him. And a quick throw over to first. And Fox had a little bit more of a lead this time, but he's back safely. And they'll go over once again. Orifice thought they might have had him. And they'll wait for Fox to get dust off. He's all right. Kirshner yet to throw a pitch to Ray. And Ray drives one to center. Paces back at the wall. He makes the catch. Hustling back to first is Derek Fox. And Jace Ray gave that one a long ride.
Wow, what a great catch by Pace, who can handle all the weird little intricacies in the center field position here at Albert Park. The fence comes in and out, and there's dugouts and all kinds of crazy stuff on the other end. And Pace makes it look so easy out there.
And an appeal down to second. If Fox didn't tag the base to go back. Duffy said he did. And Fox returned to first safely. There's one down in the inning. It's Steve Renato as a throw over to first. Renato is 2 for 5 with the run scored. Fox with his lead at first. Thought about going in a high fly ball in the infield. Kirshner's pointing it out. Who's it going to be? And it's going to be Orifice. And that is going to end the inning. Kirshner gets out of it. We're going to the bottom of the 10th. It's going to be Evan Boyd, Chase Fontaine, and David Kyriakos. They're trying to send Pacifics fans home happy. We'll be right back on CMCM TV.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Good Earth, dedicated to the health and sustainability of our community since 1969.
You're watching Marin TV.
Evan Boyd's going to lead things off, bottom of the 10th inning. The Pacifics with a chance to win it right here. Boyd squares to bunt, and it's outside as McAlpine can't hold on to it. One ball on him. Boyd, Fontaine, and Kyriakos will face Schwieger. Two and 0.
Now Boyd in the driver's seat. He's had a good eye all night. Looking for something to drive.
2-0. And the fastball is low. And that was a good eye for Boyd. And this came up just a couple of nights ago. How often does the leadoff walk come around to score? And that's poured in for a strike, 3-1. Not to get ahead of myself, but we just happened to look it up, and it's 37% of the time.
And walks come back to kill you.
That the leadoff walk comes back to score. And comes around to score. And now it's 3-2. And now Kyriakos is going to have to swing the bat. He had an RBI back in the 7th as he stroked one into right field. 1 for 4 on the night. Oh, and a foul tip hits Garrett Wells in the mask.
And I think Schwieger missed his location. That might have been ball 4 right there.
I think you're right. But Boyd had to protect, so he had to swing at it. But it seemed very low to me. 3-2. And a long fly ball to right field, but it's in the park. Chenworth is under it. And he hauls it in, 1 away.
Schwieger had to come in and challenge. And Boyd just didn't get enough on that swing.
Here's Chase Fontaine. Fontaine has home run power and a favorable wind. Fontaine stands in a fastball. Outside, ball 1. This is a fly ball into deep right, into the gap. And over to his right is Chenworth, and he can't hold on to it. Fontaine into second base with a 1-out double.
And Chenworth overran that baseball. He was under it. He took a couple steps too far, had to backtrack, and he dropped it. And that's the break the Pacifics were looking for.
Well. Chenworth, who'd been playing well all night. Some great defense. And Fontaine is at second base with a double to right. It looked to be a sure out. But Fontaine kept running hard, and Chenworth just couldn't pinch it. Here's Kyriakos. Kyriakos started the night with a pair of hits and a pair of runs scored, and that seems like an eternity ago. And Schwieger is gone, and Ray Serrano's going to replace him. So we'll take a quick break, waiting for the new pitcher from Sonoma. And we'll be right back on Marin TV's coverage of the 2014 Pacifics.
Marin TV is made possible by the generous support of Good Earth, dedicated to the health and sustainability of our community since 1969.
You're watching Marin TV.
Well, Ray Serrano has decided that Derek Forbes will replace Schweiger, who replaced
Number 1, David
Yuki
Kiriakos.
Sakana, who replaced Daniel Castillo, who replaced Jesse Garcia. Here's Kiriakos with the winning run at second. Kiriakos takes a fastball outside, ball one.
Forbes, a hard-throwing right-hander. 3 innings on the year, 6 strikeouts through those 3 innings.
Now, Forbes wants a word with McAlpine to make sure they're on the same page. This game is now 4 hours old.
But it's been a great one.
Yeah, this is a great game. 8 apiece, but the longest game of the 2014 campaign by a long shot. Forbes, after his conference with McAlpine, is ready to face Kiriakos, and very high and away, 2-0. Zach Pace is on deck. Kiriakos, the leadoff batter. No action whatsoever in the Pacific's bullpen. Stompers bullpen also quiet. Here it is to Kiriakos. Swung on and missed. 2-1. 8 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors for the visiting Sonoma Stompers in this the rubber match. 8 runs, 17 hits, 2 errors for the Pacifics. Kiriakos swings and misses 2-2. Fontaine at second base. And he got him. And Kiriakos was really reaching off balance. 2 down.
Zach Pace.
Pace is 3 for 5 on the night. With 2 down, Pace could be the hero. High fastball is called a strike. Mikel Hoba's on deck. Pace takes a curveball, 1-1. Trying to think of how many times over the past couple of seasons have I seen Pace in this situation come through. And it's been a lot. Pace takes up and away. 2-1. Pace got his first RBI tonight. Very high, 3-1.
He's making Forbes work, and he's staying in his zone. And they're gonna put him on.
And the intentional walk to get to Michael Hova.
That's playing with fire right there. I don't know about that. I can understand the righty on righty matchup, but this is a guy that is a tough out, 2012 MVP, and he's due.
Hova had a hit back in the first. He was intentionally walked in the 8th. And here he is with a chance to win the game. And everybody moves up on the pass ball.
And that just changed everything.
Fontaine to third and Pace to second. And
now Forbes is going to be very careful with Hova.
And, you know, based on the strategy to Pace, it wouldn't be out of the question to walk Hova. And he popped him up, but it's foul and out of play, luckily, for the Pacifics 1-1. Hova with 4 RBIs. After his single back in the first, brought in Kyriakos. And he lunges at a curveball, 1-2.
Good off speed. Forbes has the same deceptive motion as when he rears back for a fastball, and then he's able to take a lot off with his curveball.
1-2. Forbes, the right-hander, against Hova, the right-hander. Oh! And he swung at a high inside fastball and fouled it away. 1-2. Oh, that was nasty. I think it bounced off the mask of McAlpine. I'm not positive. That's what it sounded like. Hova to be the hero of the night. And he strokes one to third. And it's a long throw to first. And it drags him off the bag. The throw from third base. Renato brings Stuff up the line. And Hova's the hero as Fontaine scores from third base. And the Pacifics win it 9-8 on what looked like a routine play, Alex. Turns out to be the game winner, and Hova is the hero.
Renato has a great arm, and Hova was hustling out of the box. He's got average speed, but as Hova started to turn it up, Renato got a little rushed, and he threw Stauff up the first base line. He couldn't apply the tag, and the Pacifics fans are going home happy.
You know, a lot of it comes down to, well, the intentional walk to Pace was big, but it was the pass ball. As you can see the replay here, there's Renato's got it, and the throw over to first just pulled Stauff off the bag, and he missed the tag. And the Pacifics win their very first extra innings game. But, Alex, the big move, of course, was when Fontaine got the hit, but then the pass ball allowed him to get to third base. And he scored on that play, and the Pacifics win on an error by Steve Renato over at third base.
And that pass ball is huge. If there's no pass ball, Renato fields that ball and goes to third base, taps it with his foot, and this inning is over.
Yeah, you're
absolutely
huge. Right.
And you start off with Fontaine drilling one out in the right. Chenworth overruns it, drops a baseball. And how about the Pacifics? They keep battling and keep battling. They were down 8-4. It didn't look good. They kept on fighting, and good things happen when you battle, and they came back with this one.
Yep, they fought really hard. And fans, our next broadcast on PacificsBaseball.com and radio.dominican.edu tomorrow night, 7:05, first pitch. Jerry Mathers will be in the house from Leave It to Beaver. So we're gonna have him on the air as well at some point, but he'll be here signing autographs and doing whatever it is the Beav does. And then Saturday is tie-dye day. That'll be a 5:05 start. And Sunday, 1:05, It'll be Father's Day and the Big Jackson's Hardware giveaway of a brand new barbecue. So, a great night for the Pacifics. They win in extra innings, and our next telecast right here on Marin TV will be next Tuesday night. For Alex Swan and Scott Calhoun, for Brad Van Alstine in the Communications Department at Dominican University, Stuart Horn signing off saying so long from Albert Park, and thank you for spending your evening with us and the San Rafael Pacifics, who win it all 9-8.